All right. Does anybody want to give a recap of last week? I tried to put as many of the notes into notes section to make it easier on all of us.
That was way too fucking generous. You should have just let us
I
flounder.
I know, but it was for me too because I didn't know how long it was gonna be, right? So I was like, I'm doing this for me. They can benefit. I need to remember all the fucking shit I told them. It's like,
Love
here,
that.
we can all communally enjoy me ADHD managing.
Uh, we made it back to. No, we were already in Penn.
Mhm.
We went over to the Fifth Eye. That's the name of the private eye firm we went to for information on the Grim Servant problem. Are two people, a halfling man named Salvo Halsby, former UPF, and an elven woman named Caro Savan. She is a divinationist. The Grim Servant was a personal service. We learned a bunch of stuff about the Grim Servant. He was a personal service drone. He went nuts. He murdered his owner and his owner's siblings. The owner has since been returned to life. The two siblings he refused to pay for. Then it went on to murder, air quotes, 12 other people.
Yeah.
And air
But that
quotes
number,
12.
yeah, that's why I air quoted
Okay.
12 other people because the real number, it
Okay.
turns out, is 43. And the unit called itself Drab. Sally's Row was the first victim. His brothers Esk and Rory were 2 and 3. After the first trio of victims, none of the victims could be raised from the dead because they had been drained, is the word that they were using. They confirmed with the Keepers of Jurgle that no souls had passed into the book, yada, yada, yada. That was 4 years ago.
Yep.
Eventually, Drab was cornered basically by happenstance. It killed Salvo's partner and a bunch of other kind of beat cops before it took a lucky shot and blew up. It slagged itself. Little could be recovered. Still don't know really how that happened. It had been clearly falling apart while it had been doing this because most of it was missing. Weird noise in that. Took Salvo's hand and foot with it. 4 weeks ago, a guardian bot gained true sentience, killed Vastin and Remy Goldsteer, father and daughter, and then a true intelligence guest or worker or something named Greeting, and then went on a spree killing Justaro the Bard and a number of other victims. Justaro the Bard was the first victim.
Yeah, it was
There were
just
no.
Aro and Jane's so far.
Yeah, Jane's from the tavern that
Yeah.
Justaro played at. Jane's Way.
Jane's Way, yeah. We did some investigation, and the most important part of which is looking at some of the murder scenes. It is using magic, and it is using magic that it is a multitude of spells that it should not theoretically be able to have going all at once if it's just casting them. It seems to be stalking its victims from building tops, dropping down, killing them, and then climbing back up the buildings. And we have a
Yep.
sort of loose idea where it had come from on Jane's and Justaro the Bard.
Yep.
Like path it took. I mean.
Yeah, and where we ended, you were standing on the roof, and Sev was putting together kind of in a flash that as it is running, like as it jumped to the next roof, the bleed out of magic that was so heavily kind of like diffusing the area in which it did whatever it did is slowly growing fainter. It's about 13 feet jump to the next roof over, so over the alley.
Um,
And I
so
believe it was.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to get like information that we probably were already told, but I didn't catch. How long ago was this last murder? Because this last murder was just out of the Bard. He was outside the pleasure.
Yeah, so that would have been about 2 weeks, and then Jane's died last week. About 3 weeks ago
Okay.
is when Vastin, I think name. Yeah,
Bastion, yeah.
Vastin and his daughter died. So it was
So
average once a week.
this is the most recent, correct?
Jane's was the most recent, yeah.
Okay.
Which is why the list of names they gave were all of the people that they thought might have been seen by the thing if it was watching Jane's. At least as
Okay.
far as like, an investigator can figure out by like walking the beat and asking people.
We also did speak with a drunk guy. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Gart.
Gart, that's his name.
You talked to Gart. He's holed up in a like room in a little like hotel next door. Mecha Skrelk is watching with no way of communicating back to Sev at the moment, but is watching that window for sure.
13 feet to the next rooftop, yeah?
Yep.
Hey! Goodbye. I'm jumping.
Yeah, go ahead and once you get over there, give me a survival check. Just to
Yeah.
kind of confirm what you already broadly suspect.
Get that character sheet open.
The only other quote unquote outstanding things are that you have agreed to go back. Well, agreed, air quotes. Informally, we're like, yeah, you'll meet back up with Salvo and Caro because they are, per your recommendation, hunting down records about both this construct and the original construct if they can find it. Yeah, 23. You look around and you see there is like the thing, for however like strong it is not particularly light of foot. So you can see very clearly where it hit, and then as it like goes forward, you can also see very clearly where it jumps. So it is not doing what it's doing by being particularly dexterous. Like it's leaving, especially with a 23, like you could see almost every foot, like the force of it pounding down on the roof.
Right. Which I think we've kind of already established that this thing is one, mechanical, two, and incredibly strong, and must be relying on the silence spell to be getting around.
More specifically with that last little bit, you would reckon like if this thing is stomping like this across building tops, there's no way in fuck somebody below wouldn't hear if it was making any noise.
Yeah, additionally, considering how big the construct is and how far it jumps down, they would have heard something when it jumps down before it assassinates someone. Also, the person at the at the place that Jastaro got killed was like very near and would have heard like
Sarum.
screams or anything. But he mentioned that the whistling just abruptly ended and then death.
Yep.
Also, there was like a crater in the alleyway from it falling, but still no sound.
Yeah, it had apparently jumped off of the like 4 stories and just hit down. Also, it is just after evening time, so the sun has gone down. You could still see well enough. There's still plenty of street lights, but
and do I see like where it has gone?
Yeah,
where it continues to run then? Yeah?
You see it continues on, like you can see it jump to the next roof over.
I think
from where you can see from where you are, like looking out, you could see there's just a run of about 10 to 15 buildings in front of you, just all sort of uniformly set next to each other.
Okay. I think I'm gonna like keep bounding over rooftops until a distance becomes too great. And just try to get a good idea of where it either. This is where it went. We've decided, right?
I believe so.
I believe so. So yeah, like get a solid direction or a heading.
So the first thing as you go, go ahead. Dev?
I was just gonna turn to the others and say, Hey, since I don't think any other ones of us can do that, she just points to Beacon, and uh, I'm gonna go ahead and just clamber on down that rope that I set up, and we can follow them from the street. Is that okay? I feel bad leaving them alone just in case they run into the thing.
Is it athletics to increase your jump distance? I think, because I have expertise
Uh,
in strength ain't great.
Yeah, I mean,
I
jump
gotta look it up.
distance is based off of strength.
I think it's just
God
strength. I
damn
don't
it!
know if
My other
athletics.
brother.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a clause in there, something about like, if you're trying to push this boundary, like, you could maybe make a check if your DM allows it, kind of thing.
Yeah, but
So yeah,
its jump calculator's all strength.
Yeah, PHB is essentially like with an athletics, if you're trying to out jump your normal jump or an unusually long distance for you, then yeah, you would have to do athletics to do it. You'd have to do a check to make sure you don't fall off a building. So they give you the ability to certainly try.
I might actually be able to just follow Beacon. Let me.
Oh, it's quite a bit noisier, but yeah, I do believe so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Do we have the same strength
you
score
said
or
you had
no?
my strength score is a 17,
I'm stronger than
Yep.
what?
but I'm more charismatic.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, by leaps and bounds, but
Yeah,
He's
I
got a
mean,
lot
my
of-
charisma's an 18 and my strength is a 17.
I feel like with climbing claws also, like if you ever almost fall, you just grip the
Just grab
wall and pull.
the
Yeah,
wall. Yeah, just
pull
like
yourself back
Spider-Man
up.
rules.
Yeah. Yeah, you
So
could go
yeah,
running after.
I'll just keep with Beacon on the rooftops, and y'all will
Mhm.
definitely be able to track us.
Yeah. So
just
from the
follow the broken and shattered brickwork.
did the rest of you descend down to the ground?
Yeah, my strength score is not. My jump isn't great. I'm in the wrong armor configuration for this.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Honestly, it's probably best that I'm in this configuration. Again, given the enemy, but like,
Uh-huh.
it also sucks that I can't just like, you know.
Zadikis and Constance?
Constance will continue her tracking from ground level.
Yep. The one thing you are noticing, they are essentially vaulting from the top of one like pleasure establishment to another, and you can see a thin, like essentially a line of the buildings here that do have windows, because not all have windows facing the street, but you can see like they'll like jump over and then several windows will go from very dim to bright all of a sudden from within, especially as Dux touches down with a like thump that you can hear from street level. And yeah, you all go running along this trail with the 23 continuing. You trace it, Beacon, to the end of a row, and then as you get to the end, you realize it's now like kind of a roundabout. It's a circle area, right? So it would have to go down to get to a building. Like the buildings to the left and right are about 20 feet because of like the circular sort of like circle pattern in the center. So you could roll a like continuation of your survival check to see if you can figure out which direction it moved. Because
Yeah.
it very clearly couldn't have jumped, as far as you know, to one side or the other.
I'll look at Dux and say, "Do you know anything of this nature?"
Talking about tracking? Nope, not something we really ever do.
Additionally, how long has it been, Cody? Like running this trail?
Like, it's probably been, I mean, since it ran this one, maybe like 2 weeks. But
No. Since we've been like since they started bounding over buildings.
oh, probably, I don't know, another like 5 to 10 minutes of just hauling ass down the street.
I will cast guide. Oh, have you already rolled? Oh, no.
Yeah. Thank you though.
Yeah.
I should have asked before.
I'm going to re-up detect magic, just because, just because I want to be fair. But yeah, I'll re-up detect magic and be like underneath the building that they're sort of stopped at and looking around.
Okay, so it from where you're standing, Beacon, you can see that you can see the footstep implying that it jumped, though it couldn't have jumped to one of the roof, essentially to your left. And as you kind of crane your neck over, you are pretty sure from where it jumped, it would have probably hit the street. Although when you look on the other side, you don't see any tracks leading up the building across the street. Or not across the street, like across the essentially like circular shaped like alley.
So I see down, but nothing beyond.
Yep.
Okay.
And you could easily point that out to Sev, who, as they're all rounding the corner, you've had a moment to like look as Dux catches up, and the two of you are there for like a minute or two before the rest of them catch up, having run along the street.
I do kind of like the image, just because like these jumps with the cape like aren't effortful, but poor Dux has been like scrabbling and crawling the whole time.
Yeah, Dux is just powering through. Like there are fucking like Leonin footprints in the in the roof behind him. There's several claw marks where he almost eats shit and has to like dig a hand into a bit of the like woodwork or the like brick.
Yeah, a few of these roofs are gonna start leaking come the next rain. Oops.
I'm going to wield my stave and hurl the end of it point downward towards the mark, as spectral chain will spiral out of its end and point with relative acuity to everybody else exactly where we've been looking.
So everybody else can give me an investigation check. Sev, you can do it with advantage because you have detect magic running, right? You cast it.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, Flash of Genius. Jesus Christ. Hell no.
Okay.
Oh my god. I hate my life.
Hey, Miles, what are you doing?
15?
So you get up to a 15?
Flash of Genius.
Okay. So Sev, the first thing you notice is that when it hits the street, there is very clearly like an image evocative of one second. Questioning my own belief in schools of magic. Yeah, so you see a pretty strong burst of illusion, followed by almost immediately like that dissipates. The trail implies that it walked out into the circle somewhere, and then you lose the trail pretty quickly. Zedekias, from the mundane side of things, you see where it hit very clearly. And you could see it actually like hit and seems to have like skidded and bounced. You could see it take a step. So you can kind of see like the scuff even this amount of time later where it like took a step forward towards the circle where like would have been like, more of a thoroughfare. Would have been there is even lots of people, at this time of night. You're not sure how crowded this would have been in the middle of the night. But yeah, it stepped out into there somewhere, and you don't keep up with the trail from there.
Lose it somewhere around here.
Because as far as you can tell, without having any like magical know-how, that means it would have had to just walk out into like the light. Like you're looking at the lamps around here, and this is a well-lit area. If anybody was out, they would have seen the thing.
How high up are we?
About, what did we say, like 35-ish feet?
Okay. I gotta remember if I'm allowed to jump down and if that would kill me.
I think we ruled that you can't
I don't think I have a slow
double.
fall.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give you like an like an acrobatics check with like advantage because you can double jump,
I mean,
but
I
the
can
double
also
jump isn't
just
gonna.
I just can use rope and climb
Well,
down.
yeah.
And I
It's
think
like
I'm
how
I mean, aren't
stylish
you
do you
able to,
want to
like,
be?
aren't you
Uh,
able to just like put your echo on the ground and then swap
Oh,
places with him?
sure
oh
would, huh?
yeah, I would be,
Uh-huh.
except
Oh yeah.
Gonna
Oh
rub
yeah.
salt in the wound, huh? Would be, except they're
We're
having a
taking a
tryst.
break.
So
Oh
yeah,
boy.
Homeboy's being a jackass.
Yeah.
He doesn't get to play the game.
he's doing a dick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just affix some rope and end up losing my rope so me and Dux can get down without breaking our ankles.
I mean, you could try to like pull pull it down. You might take some of the
If
like.
it can take mine and Dux's weight,
I
I
mean,
don't
it's
think
gonna
it can.
take some. It's gonna take some pulling. You're
Look,
really gonna
look.
probably have to tug something loose.
We
I'll
live
just-
on a
I'll
boat.
just-
I think I'll be okay.
I'll just teleport down there and then I'll catch you easy.
Uh huh.
You want to hold me so bad.
Fine, never mind. Down on your
Calm down,
own.
it's fine. Losing my rope.
Ducks will wait and let you climb down the rope and then untie it and teleport down.
Just for style points.
I can do it for free, so I might as
I
well.
mean, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, you all are on street level. Sev, as far as you know, it casts some kind of illusion spell and then just walked out in the middle of what you're not super sure how crowded this area would be at, the middle of the night, but it's pretty crowded right now.
Yeah, I'll relay that to everyone else. Say that might be either invisibility or some sort of disguise self sort of thing.
Things seem to have quite the array of magical abilities. Doesn't seem.
Yeah, can't keep it up though.
It's kept it up long enough to avoid capture, so.
Well, I mean, that's what's probably tearing it apart. I mean, jumping down 4 stories isn't good for constructs, I'd say. Right, Cody?
It's, yeah, I mean, they are susceptible to gravity and, like force. So, yeah, it's not going to be great for their legs.
But that's not really my point. Does any of this strike you as the sort of array of abilities that would be innate to some sort of guardian bot? Or perhaps is this thing exhibiting abilities? Yeah, see, I didn't think so either. It is perhaps exhibiting abilities that it shouldn't necessarily have to begin with.
Zadicus, my dear, yes, the soul sucking thing. That's not even thing that regular like wizards who train for like forever, like cloistered in some sort of fucking academy, can even think of doing.
That
This
is
some dark
that is
shit.
among my point, Sev, which is that this thing is not exhibiting simply 1 or 2 new abilities. It's exhibiting an entire array when it has suddenly just awoken from true sentience. That I'm no expert, I admit that. But perhaps I'm wrong, but that doesn't strike me as the thing that might happen from sudden awakening. This is perhaps
No,
something
it
more
absolutely
deliberate.
isn't. It does feel like something way more deliberate. That's why I was kind of obsessing over sort of personnel logs and like what kind of maintenance it was getting and who was doing the maintenance specifically, because somebody had to do that to this thing. Because let me tell you,
Okay.
Guardian Bot doesn't like pursue that, not even out of Awakening.
I'm just going to throw this out here. Not that I don't think that that's an avenue worth exploring, but if somebody is for lack of a better term, genius enough to create this ability in these robots. Abilities which, as you have pointed out, not even learned wizards seem to utilize at all. Do we really think they were then dumb enough to put their name in a utility log, in a
Hiding
maintenance
in
log,
plain sight, I
to
guess.
sign their name somewhere?
Mm.
Or do we think perhaps that somebody implanting all of these magical abilities inside these creatures might do so magically, where they cannot be spotted? It's,
Well,
like I said, still worth investigating because, I mean, why not?
well,
I
the thing
guess.
is it doesn't seem like it has a spell cast on it. It seems like it's casting the spell. So
Why is this important?
well, I mean, Zadicus brings up a good point. That might have been enchanted. However, that doesn't mean that somebody would have to have, close proximity to modify it in such a way.
Perhaps we should continue investigating where it has gone, and barring the ability to catch it, we can investigate how it has done what it has done later, before it kills someone else.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, absolutely.
I believe that begs a question. What is our primary objective here? Is the most important thing figuring out what exactly is going on? Or is the most important thing stopping it from killing again?
I am here to
Well,
prevent it from killing again.
cosmically, I think the more advantageous route to take is figuring out what the hell's going on so it doesn't happen again. Because, like I said, probably not a lot of people know how to make a device or cast a spell that sucks the souls out of someone. So it doesn't seem to be like a copycat killer in the same way that like people end up doing it. Like, oh, I admire this psycho. I'm gonna try and do the same thing that they did because I have the same moral standing. It's more like this thing is equipped with the exact same thing that the last thing had, and there's absolutely nothing stopping from 4 years down the line or earlier something else having the same abilities and going on a giant killing spree. So, I mean, both ideally, but honestly, I'm more interested in stopping the root.
Well,
Zadicus, go ahead.
I ask because I believe the course of the investigation will be radically different for each objective.
How do you figure?
Well, if the objective is to simply gather more and more information until we fully understand exactly what is going on, then perhaps the best course of action is to allow it to continue to kill so that we have more data points with which to gather. On the other hand, if the objective is to stop it as soon as possible, we should pull Gart out of that hotel room and get him rather drunk and leave him in the alley.
Well, hold on now. I don't want to like put somebody in the line of fire. This thing doesn't have one specific target. There are plenty of other people in danger currently, so there's plenty of bait. It's just,
Well, then we should pick one.
Oh, also, just hit me. And Cody,
Mm-hmm.
I have two technical questions.
Okay.
When a construct goes out of commission, is there a way to pull any sort of memory from it?
Not a true intelligence, no. Generally, whatever that process is, it makes it really hard to it fucks with a lot of the stuff that like standard operating procedure for normal constructs is and works. But yeah, when it doesn't get true intelligence, yeah.
Can then, like, would I know that, like, you know, like, minders or other true intelligences, like, if they die, could you cast Speak with Dead?
Yeah, you would know that in theory the answer is yes. Like they have functionally enough of a soul that they qualify for those kinds of spells.
So here's an idea. And it might be a bad idea, because I don't know if it works. But before it starts going all loopy, ready to explode itself, I can just dispel the magic. Whatever is making it do that. I'm pretty sure. Unless it's really... Oh boy.
I may be
Wait,
able to
do I
speak
have
with it.
dispel magic? Damn. I don't think I do.
I think we're too low level for
Never
that.
mind. Yeah.
I'm able to dispel
Sorry,
magic.
You have a use of dispel magic in your spell clippers. Also, one use of counterspell.
Right. Thank you.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
most you currently have. Also, Zadicus, you get a sending to you that just says, "This is Caro." It says, "This is Caro. We have information. Should we be expecting you this evening?"
You definitely should. We've not found much startlingly new, but might have some more useful information as well.
Yeah, you don't get a response.
Does that require another casting? Well, it seems our compatriots in the private eye business have some useful information. When we are finished, we are still supposed to meet them this evening.
Do we wish to continue inquiring with anyone who would have been in this area? Any owners of the buildings or such?
Well, we
Can't
kind of
hurt.
figured that it's silenced, so if he was going above the rooftops and shit, nobody would have heard it. And additionally, when it fell down onto the street, it was affected by some sort of illusion, so nobody saw it.
Perhaps,
can
but they
almost
may have still seen
promise
something
you that.
fall.
Right.
Although our one direct witness, the bouncer who found Justaro mere moments after he was killed, provided little enough information. On the other hand, there is somewhat of a dearth of other leads.
Well,
We have not
I am
spoken
curious.
with.
I am curious what our Seamus siblings have found out.
Or what now?
Our Seamus siblings. The investigators.
Seamus siblings.
Uh-huh. That's a new one, admittedly. New term. We can go straight to them. That's certainly an option. We could also go and speak to the person with the bot companion that was on the list of potential victims. Potential future victims, I mean.
Yes.
Jakeson.
Mm-hmm.
Frequented James Way here.
The bard was killed in broad... The Barb was
No,
killed in broad daylight,
No, he
right?
was
no.
killed
Both
in
killings
the
have
morning.
been in the middle of the night, or
Yeah.
rather early morning, between
We kn-
3 and 4:30.
Yeah, and we know Jane's went home,
Hmm.
and then for one reason or another, likely having heard something, left her home and went into the alley where she was
Yeah,
found a
she
number
had
of
it.
blocks away from her house.
No, she had her. So she like lives in an apartment at the back of her tavern. She had exited the tavern and gone to her apartment, and she had exited her apartment and apparently gone out into the alley behind it,
And
and
that's
that
where
is
she
where
was
she died.
killed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that was at like 4:30 in the morning or something
Hmm.
like that, if I remember
Mhm.
correctly.
You
Well,
would
given the pattern,
know.
plenty of time.
Yeah, you would know roughly that, like, although it hasn't fallen mathematically like a week later, you are within the range of there's, in theory, going to be another killing soon.
Yeah.
So we can always check in with the fifth eye and then come back out here to ask some questions to the other dude and his bot companion.
And
You
what
know,
time is it for
we
us
then
now?
have one.
It's probably 6:37.
Oh, always specific, Cody.
So where do you all go first? Do you go to Jakeson and Bex, or do you go back to the Fifth Eye?
So those should definitely be
I'll
remotely then.
I will tell you, for like walking distance, it would be quicker to get to like the address you have for Jakeson and Bex. It's all kind of near-ish to Jane's Way, and you're not very far, even having like run down this section of buildings from Jane's Way. The Fifth Eye is a little bit of a walk away, but doable. Just closer to like 30 to 40 if you're walking.
We should investigate the next potential victims and
Mhm.
quickly.
I'm inclined to agree.
All right, is that what you all decide to do?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So address-wise, you've already talked to Garth. Thalie was a Yoon woman who works as a seamstress. She has a small shop that is also near Jane's Way. But Jakeson and Bex, they live in a kind of smaller apartment, probably about 3 or 4 minutes walk from Jane's Way. So from where you are, it's about 10 minutes. The address you're given, it looks like a very like quaint, sort of like a duplex. Like you could see there is like 4 of these apartments that are kind of stacked, one side by side with an above and below, almost kind of in like each of them with their little square units. And you know that the address you were given is the bottom right. And you can see the lights are clearly on. There is like a warm glow coming from within.
I will just walk up and knock on the door.
Yeah, the door opens, and there is a like smaller Resh girl child who is like wearing breeches and kind of an oversized shirt, and like glances up at all of you open mouthed for a second and says, hi.
Hi. We are
Yeah.
with the UPF consortium, my friend. My partner here has the badge. We would like
Uh,
to speak to one Jacobson, please. If you could just go get an adult,
y-
please.
yeah, you want to talk to dad or mom? Both?
Yes.
Both.
Either one. Run along.
Are they in trouble?
No,
No.
quite the
Run
opposite.
along, please.
Okay. Yeah. You see, opening the door, this apartment is not very big, though there is like a stair leading like maybe up like half a level, but towards the back. and she goes running through. You see the room itself. There's like a kitchen, a small like living area, and then a like dining room. Clearly, all of it very like rustic and warm and like hospitable. After a moment, a rather large and broad Resh, or orcish man, comes like walking down the stairs, and behind him is what looks like a like service construct that is built very like slight and a little bit more like feminine. And the eyes widen, and the like what must be Bex like freezes for a moment, and Jake says, "Well, can I help you?" Or
Hello, I am Zadicus. This is my associate Constance, Sev, Beacon, Dux. We
Right.
we are here with the UPF. It's Badge.
Right.
We are here about the. You must be Bex. We are looking for.
I'm Jakeson. This is
You are
Bex.
Jason. That's Bex.
Hooks a thumb at the construct. Like the construct waves and says,
That's
"Yes."
Ted's fault. I thought the construct was speaking.
Yes. Is this about
Murders? Yes.
Jane's, right?
Mm-hmm.
She places a hand on like Jason's shoulder and says, "Just invite them in, dear." Jake says, "Okay, come on in." Yes, not much stand-in room, but
Appreciate it.
Sev will just find a piece of floor and sit.
Yeah, Bex like smoothly, almost kind of like glides over to close the door behind all of you as you shuffle all in. The head like swivels around for a moment as if like looking for where to seat everyone, and realizes there's like 4 chairs at the dining room. And there's like a very modest couch, which when their eyes like pass over like Dux, who is quite a bit taller than Jakeson, you can see them like freeze for a moment, and they're like, would you mind standing? Or I mean, suppose some of you could sit at the table, but I don't.
Not exactly
Yeah.
our biggest concern right now. People will find spots. We thank you for your
We don't want to
hospitality.
be a poor host.
No,
It's just
this
yeah.
is not the time for hosting. This is the
Okay.
time for answering questions.
Right. With a murder investigation, one presumes.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Then I suppose I will ask frankly, are we suspects, or what is the nature of this?
You're not suspects.
Should you be suspects?
Jakeson rumbles, honey. Beck's like still slightly and is like, okay. Sorry, just a little discombobulated. No.
I mean, that is what a suspect would say.
You hear like a metallic sigh. Okay, you understand it's a bit disconcerting in, when you're preparing for your evening, and then just sort of a troop of heavily armed, at least one glowering goods as a beacon, just sort of like just
They're not glowering, but they're definitely not looking charming.
it's a weird vibe. It's a weird vibe.
It's kind of the feeling of like, I don't think that door is locked, but I don't want to go find out kind of feeling.
Sev just kind of giggles and looks up from the floor. Is like, heavily armed. You should see my other suit.
Okay, is that supposed to help, or?
Sorry.
Please forgive my associates. We're not trying to ruin your evening. We are trying to simply get some answers and possibly keep you safe.
Right.
So.
Okay, then ask your questions. And do you need us to be in the same room, or would you prefer where you can leave for a moment?
No, I think it's better if you're both in here together. You can fill in parts that the other one is forgetting. Given the nature of this inquiry, I don't really feel the need to separate you.
Right. Okay, then proceed, I guess.
We were told that you might have heard or seen something the night that either Jastaro the Bard or Jane of the Jane's Way Tavern. I'm not really positive which. That you might have heard or seen something on either of those incidents.
I mean,
I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm just going to take a step behind Dux. And I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
And just start try and poke around. And Bex is the one who's speaking. Is that correct?
Yeah. So Bex currently seems to be taking the lead. Jackson is kind of glowering and doesn't seem super thrilled about this whole thing.
Yeah. I'm just going to start poking around in there, see if I can find any thoughts specific to the construct that beyond whatever the verbal answers are.
Yeah, she verbally says, I was quite good friends with Jane's, and I was actually there that night prior to her death, although I was not there until closing. I had left around 10:30, 11, and we had come home. Or rather, I had come home. Jackson was here with Nyx. From a detect thoughts, it's disconcerting from like a construct. She is literally like verbatim, like going through everything she just said. Like her surface level thoughts are just a queuing up of what she's about to say.
Right, she's reading the event log.
Yeah, right. Essentially. And more personable, but yeah.
Oh.
Give it a sec.
There we go.
Hello. Yeah, it's very much like reading off the decision tree for speaking. Like what to say next. Do you try to probe deeper?
Absolutely.
Okay, so intelligence check, right? Or it does an intelligence...
wisdom saving throw, it says.
Wisdom saving throw. Okay, that will... what's your save? 16?
16?
Yeah, that fails. Okay, this might be the first time you've ever done this on a construct.
Yeah, I believe
and
it is.
Weirdly, the deeper you're going, things are becoming a lot less ordered. And there is a significant amount of just overwhelming, just sadness. And it's a lot less thoughts than these kind of bigger feelings, like sadness. Like the most you get in terms of sort of verbal is just I should have stayed there longer. A very big feeling of irrational regret, I guess you would call it. From Bex.
Got it.
Although none of this is given away by any change in her demeanor.
We have discovered from our investigation that Jane's made it to her apartment and then turned around and left again before she was killed. Can you think of anything that might have was she the type to answer to investigate strange noises, or would it have taken something else to get her out?
The head cocks for a second, and then kind of sadly says, she was the type to take in strays. This time it's still dialed in, Constance. Strays immediately, instead of strays, the word that actually appears in the written dialogue is Gart. And then the
Not
deeper
this.
the deeper feeling is again a kind of just mostly just sad. Especially it's also laced through a glimmer of understanding, oh, is that what killed her? Did she die because she thought she was helping somebody?
Mhm.
And then Beck says, I thought, or I guess I assumed she had died returning, sort of stepping outside to go to her apartment. Didn't know.
Didn't know.
I didn't know that she had made it back to her apartment, that she left after. Are you saying she was lured outside?
That's what we're trying to figure out, but without knowing why she left, then it's rather hard to say. Has there been anyone hanging around Jane's? Anyone new?
No, at least not to my knowledge. With your still in there looking around, it is disconcerting because you get like the overarching thing is doing like a systems check of memories and like running through,
Right.
and you get a bunch of like impressions of like people and profiles and stuff, and the internal is just running through it very quickly. So that when she's saying no really means all of this other stuff that's happening below the
Right.
surface. No, I don't believe so. Not any more than sort of usual for a tavern. Nobody suspicious, if that is your meaning.
It wouldn't necessarily be immediately suspicious. I just meant anybody that had been hanging around or watching Jane's while you all were working or anything like that.
Not to my knowledge. But I confess that I'm not sure I was paying the correct form of attention.
You'd be surprised the sort of things your instincts pick up normally.
Constance, you're still getting a barrage of like
Right.
like facial like match. Like you can't
Right.
get any
I'm
of
getting
the images. Yeah.
Right. I'm getting like a rapid fire flipping through the mug book.
Yeah, basically. You're not getting any of the actual like firm shapes of
Right.
faces or anything. You're just getting like a bunch of like readouts.
Yeah, yeah. No, the fact, like I would imagine the faces are going by too quick for me to focus in on anything, but it's clear that that's what's happening.
Yep. Everybody give me a perception check real quick.
Let's do it.
I am 2 for 2 on that one today.
Yeah, pretty nice, Ducks.
Oh, sorry. Shit. That's a 6, 9. Whoops.
I am gonna drop an inspiration on this.
Fair enough. Okay. Nobody else catches it but you, Zadakis. Out of the corner of your eye, you hear a bump on the stairs and catch a flash of the like pigtails that apparently the daughter has as she skitters back upstairs, having seen you see her. With a 9. The rest of you don't catch anything. Rolled pretty well for a child.
Level 7 adventuring party ambushed by a 6-year-old.
I know what I rolled. I looked down the roll. I was like, "Oh, this complicates things." Okay. But yeah, you caught it, Zadakis.
I don't have spells to
Yep.
be like, hey, sending. I believe my associate here has some further question. I gesture towards not to Constance, who is hiding behind Ducks. So I gesture towards. I will gesture vaguely around at everyone. My associates here have a few further questions. If you'll excuse me, I'm just going to, and without finishing the sentence, will follow this
Uh,
child.
I'm sorry, I gotta
Jackson-
go drop the kids off at the pool.
Jackson steps up and steps into your way, kind of peering down at you.
Mm-hmm. Can
You're
You're
I?
just about to
What
like
exactly?
go through his house.
Where is it you think you're going?
I think I saw something. Don't mind me. Just gonna take a look outside
That's
real quick.
Not how this works.
Constance, hand me the badge.
As
I'm
I'm
pretty sure that this is exactly how
Right.
this works.
right, as
I
I'm
know
handing
how
Zadicus,
things. Go ahead.
yeah, no, as I'm handing Zadicus the badge, I just say, "I believe this works. How we say this works."
Are you flickering your detect thoughts over to him for a second as you
not for
swivel?
a second. Like,
Yeah, okay.
I got a pretty good sense of what Bex is feeling.
Yeah. So surface thoughts, fucking pissed off.
Mhm.
Like, will you think you're just gonna go walking around my home?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, UPS. Try it. And you see the badge, and the first thought across is fuck the badge. Though he says, I'm gonna need a bit more than that. Can you give me a reason? And across the surface level thoughts is before I put my fucking fist in your teeth.
Should we tell him about the stakes to this? I'm pretty sure about
Zadicus will draw himself up to his full, not very tall height.
Uh-huh.
How tall am I?
I mean, he's like 6'5".
Yeah, how tall is he?
5'9". So not even. He
Yeah.
is
He's-
3 inches below this man.
Yeah, he's
Doesn't
looming.
give a shit. Am I the big strong one? Fuck no, I'm not.
I'm
Just
gonna like
peacock.
take a step forward.
The simple fact of the matter is we're looking into a murderer. And I will do whatever it takes to look into this murderer, and you can get out of my way, or I can take you with us the next time we go out looking for the murderer. We might come back. You definitely won't.
Give me an intimidation check.
Could I help with that?
Sure, you're
Just,
looming.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the
playing
only
my
person
part.
in this room bigger than Jakeson. So yeah, you loom.
just dockhand.
Yeah.
And, like, starts
the-
going
Right,
all-
this one.
Constance, what you get is fuck. And then Jakeson takes a step back. And as like through his mouth, he says, "Nix, get down here." Yeah. Zadicus is still dialed in, kind of to what was happening. You hear thump, thump, as if she's
No.
had to go further up the stairs, and then go, "Yeah, I'll be right there," and then proceeds to come down the stairs.
Actually, I would like to intercept her on the stairs. I'm just going to walk past him.
Yeah,
I
he's
want to speak to her without the parents. around.
open mouthed for a second, as you
Get out of
intercept
my way.
her at the top of the stairs, and she is like looking at you wide eyed as you've just sort of like plunged past up the stairs, and she like takes a step back reflexively as you're walking up the stairs, and then takes a couple more steps back, kind of into a hallway where you can see are some rooms.
I will just sit down on the top stair, so that, and like complete shift in demeanor once I'm out of eyesight of Jakeson.
She relaxes almost immediately, and she like kind of like is like looking at you like suspiciously through like squinted eyes, and says, "Okay, so what am I in trouble?"
You're not in any trouble, but I thought that perhaps you might have seen something or you might know something, but you might know it because you are doing something your parents told you not to do. So I wanted to be able to speak with you out here where you wouldn't get in any trouble. I don't care what you were doing. Believe me, when I was little, I got into, well, all kinds of trouble you will never have to worry about. Believe you me.
Roll me an insight check.
One day I'll train this skill. Like,
Her expression is very guarded as she said, like the thing you do catch is that her expression sort of clams up and she says, I don't do anything that my parents say that I shouldn't.
he will smile, put a finger to his nose. Ah, right. Not a thing. You're a good kid. Don't ever do anything you're not supposed to. Good kid. Good kid. Keep that up.
Her
But
expression kind of breaks for a second as she starts to like stutter something and then her mouth closes.
I just want you to know whatever you might have seen, whatever you might know, you can tell me. We're trying to stop a very, very bad person from doing very, very bad things. And anything you can tell us might stop him from hurting someone else.
Uh, um, uh, I think I don't, it, um, like you could see she's very clearly like nervous and more than a little scared.
What do I have here?
I think I saw, and well, I, it was last night. I don't, I
Go
don't,
ahead.
I don't want to talk about it really. Not. I
How
haven't.
about this? Hold on. I'm going to call my friend here. My friend will be able to make sure you don't have to say it,
Okay.
but they can just hold on one second. Constance!
Yeah, downstairs the conversation is continuing. We're like, there's a beat of silence. Jackson is staring towards the like stairs. Bex's head has swiveled, though she hasn't broken composure yet. And before Zadicus says anything, into like the silence after Zadicus goes up, she says, "So which of you is taking point on questioning then? You need to question my husband or give him something to do besides glower?" She says meaningfully as she looks off at him, like arms crossed.
I mean, I had some questions, but I don't know if it's sort of a, out of your breath, but I guess it's worth asking.
Constance dialed in, you get don't know shit. As he just stares levelly at the group of you. At this point, Constance, you hear Zadicus yelling from upstairs.
Oh, pardon me. I'll head up the stairs. Hello.
Nix, this is my friend Constance. Constance, this is my new friend Nix. Nix might have
Yeah.
seen something, might know something, but doesn't want to have to talk about it. So I thought maybe
Oh, I believe
I will leave you two to get acquainted.
I believe we can do something about that. I will cast Mage Hand, and there's now a little octopus floating in front of Nix's face. This is my friend.
Oh. It's very shiny.
His name is Otto.
Huh.
I love it.
Okay.
I think Otto can help us out. Do you mind if Otto sits on your head?
It looks wet. Is it wet?
No, it just looks that way. Would you like to touch
Okay.
Otto?
You see a very tentative finger goes out and pokes it. It doesn't feel like anything.
No.
That's weird.
Yes. It's quite weird, but he's very friendly and doesn't hurt at all.
Okay, he can sit on my head, I think.
Wonderful.
Just don't mess up my braids. It took forever.
Oh, Otto wouldn't think of it.
I have to sit so long. Be
Mm.
careful.
And I will float Otto up to her head and literally just touching enough so that she knows that it's there. And then if I can move detect thoughts, I will do that. And if I can't, I will just cast it again.
I think you can. Hasn't been. Actually, I think you would probably have to cast it again.
Yep, no problem.
It's been yeah.
It's been a bit.
Yeah, you cast it. Her surface thoughts are kind of right now they're almost entirely engrossed on. You could tell she is lifting her feet up to see if she can feel the tentacle on her hair. And so she's like lifting her feet up, and then you hear her like her surface thoughts go, nope, not yet. And then she like lifts herself slightly up more, so that it's kind of like in her head. She's like, nope, not yet.
I promised you we wouldn't do anything to disrupt your braids. Do you mind if Otto looks a little bit deeper?
Oh, it's gonna go in my head? Like
no, he's just going to sit right on top, but he's going to look deeper into your head.
Okay, I think so.
And I will try and push deeper into her thoughts.
Yeah, I don't think she tries to save. Like she probably feels the tingle of something happening and then just lets it. And she like again her surface thoughts right now is you're getting like a strong amount of like curiosity and kind of wonder that has overshadowed like abject fear. Until asking anything further, that's kind of where she is locked into. As you could see, she's like looking up to try to see if she could see the octopus looking in her head.
Well, Zadig has mentioned that you may have seen or experienced something that you don't quite feel comfortable talking about. Perhaps you could just think about it, and we'll see if Otto can tell me what it is.
She nods and looks very like kind of concerned. Then you get kind of a subjective like running of her night last night, which is she waits until deep in the morning because she's got to wait for mom and dad to go to sleep. And then she opens her window and she climbs up, and then she climbs up the upstairs neighbors, and then she sits on the roof sometimes and looks up at the sky. And she does it a lot of nights when the weather is nice, and the weather was nice last night. But mom and dad don't know that she did it. But last night, as she's sitting on the roof, she usually will like sit and kind of softly hum or whistle to herself. And the first thing she noticed that something was wrong is that she couldn't hear herself whistling anymore. And she looked around, and you can actually see the kind of it's from her perspective, it's very, very, very large. It is incredibly bright. And it does just look like a big robot that has had like a bunch of the panels ripped off of it, or like that have like fallen off of it. And at the time that she notices it, her head swivels and it is like leaned down, staring at the back of her. She screamed, but it didn't make any sound, and that made her more scared. And the next little bit you get is like, again, it's her fear is kind of distorting the shape of this thing, especially after she like notices it and it cocks ahead. It grows like more monstrous in her mind, and gets even larger as it's like looming over her. What happens next is kind of jumbled from her perspective because she's trying to figure out what the fuck is going on because it talks into her head. But when it talks into her head and you don't really catch the words that it's saying, at least at first, it's speaking, though you can tell, and you're kind of uniquely situated to understand that it's speaking with several voices at once, although they are not in harmony at all. And they're not always saying the same thing. So it's hard to understand initially. Then after to her it feels like a year, like you're sitting here staring at this thing staring at you for like a year. And two of the voices emerge and ask her why it shouldn't kill mommy and daddy. And when it said kill, you can hear now kind of a stratification of the like voices where the third voice that's very angry said feed at the same time as the other two said kill. She doesn't respond and doesn't seem to know what to say. She just goes completely silent. And she starts like verbally like trying to plead her case, although nothing comes out. At that point, like the figure, this giant looming figure looks like seems to grow even like larger and scarier as it starts to twitch and kind of jerk, and the voices get all jumbled up. The angry voice, at least what is identified as the angry voice, is yelling, and then they all three are yelling at her. Then there is a brief pause as she's looking where she blinks, and then she can hear like her panting, her like scared breathing again, but she cannot see the thing anymore. And almost immediately you get a feeling of like, this did happen. She does not think it was real. She thinks it must have been a dream. It was too much for her to handle. She really hasn't been able to process any of that in any meaningful way. So like as you're bringing it up, it is kind of, you could see like a spiral of like panic. Zedekiss, you see on her face like her starting to kind of breathe very heavily as she like has a faraway look and imagines this. And that is what you get, Constance.
As I'm getting it, I'm describing it to Zedekiss telepathically.
Yeah, so Zedekiss, you are also aware of all of that. And again, you know, Constance, that some of the details of that had to have been tempered by her subjective experience of it, right?
Right.
So, but you know that right now she is kind of, especially at the end of this, while you're still kind of in there, in real time confronting the fact that that might have actually happened and wasn't just a bad dream that she had.
Right. Well, the stars at night are quite beautiful. I understand why you'd like to go to the roof and look at them. I'm sorry you had such a bad experience on your last trip.
Yeah, in her head right now, Constance, or deep down below, it is just a looping of the three voices saying, why should we not kill like mommy and daddy? As she's like fixating on that piece, and you see her eyes widening.
For the first time, I will speak to her telepathically and just say, we are here to make sure that neither you nor mommy and daddy come to any harm.
Give me a persuasion check.
I'll burn an inspiration on that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Inspiration's been working tonight. Yeah, you when you talk to her inside of her head for a moment, you get a huge spike of panic, as if like triggering a like a weirdly not sensory memory. But as you continue to speak, you can sense a very visible like calming as you're sort of doing that thing you did to the sky whale, right? Where you're like telepathically vibing, like just relax, just bring it down. And it does work. She stops her breathing, and the kind of runaway loop of that recurring like set of memory that she had has stopped. And there's just kind of a stillness as she's just like now looping kind of the words you're saying, or the words you just finished saying, and like breathing, like trying to get her breathing under control.
I will have Otto, assuming he's still there. If not, I'll just recast it. I'll just have him float in front of her face a little bit and do some little whatever qualifies as little dance moves and spinning around and just try to get her to focus on something else.
Give me a performance check, just because I'm curious to see like. Yeah, I mean, you dance this thing around, and yeah, I think in the blessed way of children, she does get distracted, and you do kind of break her out of this like panic trance that she was in, and she now is focused, and like kind of the whole of her is focused on your little performance, and like very much filled with like awe and wonder. She seems like at this point you've got her like completely dead to the external world outside of this performance you're putting on in front of her face.
Well, you have been very helpful, don't you think so, Zadicus?
Extremely helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. Nothing
I wasn't brave enough.
No.
Okay.
You seemed very brave to me.
Are you gonna be able to stop it?
I believe we will. But until that time, might I suggest maybe staying inside and thinking about the stars?
Yeah, maybe like through the window.
Ah.
Yeah.
Excellent idea. But I promise you, once we have stopped this thing, we will come back and let you know that it is safe to resume your stargazing from the roof. And we'll be sure not to tell your parents.
Yeah, don't tell them I go up there. They'll be mad. They'll be extra mad if they know that. She trails off for a second. Don't tell them, please.
Won't say a word.
Okay. She kind of like squares her shoulders and seems to find some resolve, and then nods. Okay, got it. All right.
Back to your room. Back to bed.
Yeah. Do you need to like? Do you want to? Don't you people search stuff? You want to search? There's not much to find, but like, I could hide something if you want to, like, test your skills.
Zadicus just looks at Constance.
Maybe we should save something for next time.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. Don't tell them that I was up. What's your name? Points to Constance.
I am Constance.
Oh, okay, hi Constance. My name is Nyx. What's your name? Points at Zadicus.
I'm Zadicus.
Okay, yeah.
To bed with you now.
Right, okay. Shh, very quiet. She like drops down into very much like the Kronk from fucking Emperor's New Groove, like as she like again, and because you're still kind of locked in, Constance, you almost hear the like sort of dramatic music she's underplaying her stealthy effort. And yeah, you are left kind of in this like half second story landing. There's only like 3 rooms up here, but she's gone into one of the rooms and closed the door very quietly.
Ladies, I believe we should investigate the roof here.
Definitely. We should probably grab the others.
Yes.
Strange that it spoke to her. I'm curious if it spoke to any of the other victims.
Yes, very strange. What, if anything, should we tell the parents?
I don't think anything for now.
Very well.
Jumping
I will
real
get the
quick.
others.
Jumping real quick to the living room shortly after Constance has gone upstairs. There is just a beat of quiet where everybody, like Jakeson is glowering. Bex has like sat on a stool kind of in the kitchen area and just looks very weary. And Bex says, "Are there any other questions or you need to?" Jakeson looks at the like those of you that remain, eyes you up, Ducks. Got any questions, big guy?
I'm not here to ask questions.
Bex's head swivels to Beacon. And you? You've been rather quiet.
Continued silence one step in from the door.
Yeah. Swivels to Seb.
Seb will pipe up when she sees that both her companions have completely abandoned her without a raft.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I did mention something, right? So she points at Jameson and is like, you weren't at the tavern the night that she was killed, right?
Yeah, Jakeson shakes his head and says, "No, I was here with Nyx."
All right, and again, no suspicious people, but were there any other things that were sort of out of place? Like tables, marks on the floor that were appearing out of nowhere, something that might have caught your eye that was, y- you know, you might have just thought, oh, it's the wind or a ghost or something.
Yeah, Jakeson like immediately shakes his head in negative. Bex seems to consider for a moment, even like bringing a hand to sort of stroke the bottom of her faceplate. No, I don't believe so. At least there is a certain amount of change that comes about from, frequenting a tavern. It is a rather dynamic place, though there are those of us who are regulars. It is hard to
Right.
sift what is or is not conspicuous criminally, I suppose, but nothing that I could or was
And
aware of internally.
huh. And remind me one more time, and I'm sorry, I just have dumb brain. Bagaro got killed after, correct?
Jane's Justaro got killed first, and then Jane's was the most recent victim a week ago.
Okay. Yeah, she'll ask, was there anything strange about the bard? Was he around?
Yes, he was around. She considers for a moment. Often. It was one of his, I guess, frequent haunts.
I mean, he wasn't acting weirder than bards act, right?
No, he He was a bard. Played music, was very social,
Okay.
quite good as well, but he was there. Interesting. You are here because I frequent Jane's Way. You believe then that the
Yes.
connection between Gistaro and Jane's is that Gistaro visited there. That,
Yeah. It turns out that as far as Jane's and Gistaro go, it seems to be proximity based. It doesn't have any sort of rhyme or reason, just more about who's around, and
ah,
we're just trying to figure out who, it might be after next, or if the people that it was after were aware of it in any sort of fashion. I'm pretty sure they weren't, but never hurts to ask.
more specifically, there are not very many of us who I would consider regular. Myself, there's a woman named Thalie. Thalie was not present the night of Jane's killing.
She's
Gart,
the seamstress.
obviously. Yes, I do believe she's a seamstress by trade. Gart was, however, present that night, and was there later than me, but it was Gart's habit to stay until closing.
Yeah, we already followed up on him.
He is an unfortunate case.
uh, Sev just sort of nods. Yeah, and I mean, again, going with my original question, you're not familiar with any sort of arcane arts or anything, right?
No.
Okay.
Why? Are you
Um,
asking?
no, I mean, like, that was sort of my first question was sort of a primer to sort of gauge your I don't know, understanding, because I'm sure anyone who knows anything about that would sort of just be like, "Oh yeah, like magic." But,
I mean, I know
right.
of magic. I do not know much of magic specifically. Although you
Right.
are asking because this relates to the murder case in some way. At this point, the other two
Oh,
of you are walking downstairs.
actually, one more thing. Was there ever a point in time when you might have experienced a loss of hearing?
Hmm.
Like, even momentarily. If like, just something passed where it was like, huh, I can't hear the patrons or like the din of the bar.
Interesting. One moment. I need to consider that.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time.
Zadakis and Constance, you're coming down the stairs at this point.
I'm actually curious to hear the answer to this question.
Yeah, and I mean, follow up to you as well, sir. Any time in the near past, present ish, where you experienced a certain same effect?
Yeah, Jakeson shakes his head, says, been to the docks and back every day since then, but can't say I remember quite like that.
Right.
Bex, straightens up, says, interesting. When I was leaving that night, there was a moment. A rock fell across the street. I saw it. It should have made a sound, but it did not. I did not think much of it. Maybe it was just quieter than I thought. Is that what you're referring to?
Kind of. Did you? I mean, maybe. You didn't see anything like the source of where it fell or anything like that, because that might be helpful.
No. I looked up, but did not see anything, suggesting the roof falling apart. Simply a rock
Right.
falling. But it did not make a sound, which is curious.
Sev will just like look back to the others and just make like a yikes sort of face.
Very, very curious. Well, sir, ma'am, thank you for your time. Apologies
Is
for
Nick still
troubling you.
asleep?
Sound asleep.
Well, I suppose she did answer the door, so she should be going to bed. You didn't hear her skulking or doing
I
kind
heard
of an ear to the door?
nothing of the sort.
Okay.
Where is the easiest roof access?
I do believe there is a. Hmm, you may have to get up and sort of shake it loose. I think there's a ladder, like a metal ladder, kind of attached around the side.
How tall is this building?
It's easily jumpable for you.
Okay,
It's
I just
only
step.
like
I
it's only
step
like
right
2 stories,
outside and
like two and a half.
don't pay attention, but I
Yeah.
just deftly from the doorway jump
Woohoo!
up, just vertical leap.
Yep. Yeah, easy. You do have to like, grab the edge slightly, but even that you have enough clearance that you just go whoop.
I'm apparently the strongest member in the party. I can haul myself up.
Yeah, all of you see Beacon step out, the door does not close, and Beacon just
Yeah.
jumps straight up past where you can visibly see.
It does
With
not
a-
come back down.
With a whoosh. Yeah, you're up there. Give me a survival check. You want to start snooping.
I appreciate your pity on me to not make me roll investigation though.
Well, yeah, it's just you've got a dialed in different version, right?
Oh yeah,
It's like,
definitely.
uh
Inspiration. I got one left. Take my inspiration.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Ted. Thank you.
I just want to track this.
Jesus.
God damn it.
Hold on.
Take an inspiration from me.
There we go.
Hey!
yeah.
10 plus 10. We got there.
Especially you in the way of like a hunter, right? You're starting to get a gist for how this fucking thing works. And the first thing you notice with that is there is a spot on the roof. This roof is like this one isn't particularly flat. It's a little bit angled and does have the kind of like roofing tiles. There is one specific spot that looks like it has been sat on. Like it is it is slanted a little bit more, like there's a little bit more of a gap. Like somebody sits there often.
Right.
However, near that you see like a clear one that's missing, as if something was moving very fast, stopped, and caused one of the slats on the roof to fall and slide forward. And tracing it back, you can see to the back of the roof, and then the telltale little poked holes as if it climbed up the building from the back. Which is interesting because you look to the left and right, and you think it probably could have jumped across the roof from here to the next one over. But the one nearest is probably like 3 stories high, and the one that's a little bit further away is a story down. So, and you see it apparently this time you actually see 2. Like you see it climbed up, did something, and then it climbed back down.
Climbed up to here and then
Yep.
back down?
It climbed up to here. It seemed to have ran across the roof very, very quickly, stopped on a dime fast enough that it knocked loose one of the like slats in the roof, kind of right over where that spot that you don't know it in character, but she sat
Right.
is.
Saw witness turned and fled.
Yeah, and when it fled, it did not flee as fast as it approached, it seems.
Okay. Okay. Okay, now I gotta get back down.
Yep. Just looking, you can go to the side of the building and you do see there is like a kind of metal ladder, right? That's just up at this point. So you can like kick it. It's a little rusted, like it hasn't been used very often. So you like can kick it a couple times, and then with a loud it falls to the ground. And you can climb down. It just looks a bit rickety.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, that's fine.
All right. So, do you all exit the abode to see Beacon scuttling back down?
God, I want to tell them to just go find somewhere else to stay for a while. Whatever.
I mean,
Once we're all like together again, I mean, Beacon is going to suggest, if we fear that this connection between the victims is as palpable as we believe, then we should watch this household, either to protect it or to catch the murderer, whichever excuse you may find most suitable.
Constance, would you detail to them what you told me from the child?
Excuse me. In your head, you just hear Constant ask, everything?
I don't see why not. These, not the parents, us, like the rest of the group.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I'll
once you're
explain
outside.
to the party, yeah, what's going on.
All right. So you all got the gist, or at least the gist as far as Constance and Zadicus currently know it.
Thing showed up, asked why it shouldn't kill her parents. And I'm already drawing a blank on if she. I know she couldn't physically speak.
Yeah, she didn't seem to be able to generate a response.
Okay.
She kind of just froze up with fear, and then it left. The only other noteworthy thing is that it had multiple voices speaking in her head.
It does beg the question, what is different about this situation that caused it to spare the child and parents' lives?
If there were 3 voices, perhaps it was multiple personalities. Did you say something about like one voice said feed while the other said kill? Maybe.
Yes, two voices said kill, and a third said feed.
Maybe one of the voices has a sweet spot for kiddos?
Perhaps. But I'm unsure as to why that would be different in this situation than in other situations. Wouldn't it have multiple personalities for everyone it's encountered? And we know, actually we do know that in this iteration, it has already killed the child, has it not?
It did. But that was one of the initial 3 victims, which seems to be... Those seem to be special cases. Beacon? Is there something we need to know?
This may be familiar. I would not know it until I see it. And even then, I could be wrong. But the virus, the infection, may possibly one of Beacon's kindred.
Oh, heck.
I thought... Oh. I was always under the impression that there was special... something between their kind and your kind.
Yes.
Th- that not you're saying that they can just inhabit anything then.
Yes, but my people have adapted over generations to be suitable hosts. It is possible for Beacon to take other forms, though it would answer
Second,
why this thing may need to feed.
second question: can there be two of them in your head at one time?
Perhaps
Because
not,
Constance
but
had mentioned 3 voices.
Yeah, I will tell you, Beacon,
Mhm.
that has never happened that Beacon's ever heard of because it's too unstable.
Yeah.
It's just not good protocol.
Yeah. However, there seems to be a lot of instability.
True.
Like this could be this could be a very far-fetched theory, but like with the pieces available, this is still very possible.
Contextually, the conventional wisdom among your people is that 3 has the possibility of there being 2 that vote against 1, and therefore a lot less harmony than 2 that are in agreement, right?
Yeah.
Like,
The idea is that 2 are able to make a decision, and if 2
yeah,
cannot agree, then there is no decision made. But with
yeah.
3, there
You
will
immediately
always
can
be.
have a consensus that overrides one of them, and that is just
Yeah.
no good.
Yeah. Which could again be like the perfect formulae for a homicidal maniac, which is what Duan is at least expressing the deepest
Mhm.
concern for in this moment.
Isn't part of like hag lore the reason that they have 3 in a coven is so that like one can arbitrate a disagreement between the other 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not a hag.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
It is about
Do
8 p.m. at this point.
do we need to be concerned about the location of your other half?
Isn't
I
it on
was
the
not
UE?
until you said that just now.
Yeah, Duan, like, maybe, although you can't imagine Beacon being taken or being forced to do anything against their will.
Yeah, and like they're on the crow's nest.
Yeah.
Like it would be a real fucking hassle to try
Yeah.
to retrieve them,
It's a bit
and
of a
they can't.
distance, too, even if they knew
Yeah,
where it was.
yeah. Like it seems deeply like improbable, but uh, there's now an anxiety there.
Yeah.
I guess it explains why they have chosen not to participate in this investigation.
They have elected not to participate because my desire to assist the people of Pendledock does not align with their own desires. Nothing more.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm sure that is the situation. Shall we go to the Fifth Eye? Or, better yet, should we have them come here? You
They
did
should come
mention...
here if this family is vulnerable.
Oh, I will inform them that we are staying.
Kind of was under the impression that it skipped them.
For now.
Yeah, that's fair.
For now, it could be going for Gart or someone else, but we know it's been here. It may return.
And Constance, you said this child was unable to adequately excuse its family.
I'm sorry?
If I'm understanding correctly, you said that the Nyx
Nyx.
could not
Yeah.
could not sufficiently tell a monster why
Yeah,
her family deserved mercy.
Yeah, she's a kid and
Yeah.
she just
Right.
That
I
being
mean,
the case,
yeah.
that's not a no, which means that these
Yeah.
people are definitely still in danger.
Constance is walking down the ladder.
All right. So you want to get word to them somehow?
Well, first, I'm not. If the door's unlocked, I'm just walking in.
Into the house?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
The door isn't locked. Like they've closed the door, and you can see
Mhm.
they seem to be in conversation as you walk
Right.
back in.
We will be staying.
Okay. Not in here though.
Oh, I presume in here and out there.
I mean, would you like some blankets so you can sleep on the
Oh.
street?
No, you wouldn't want that. We'll be fine.
Okay. Constance, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know you feel badly about your friend. This is how you can help.
Okay, touche. Is there any way I can make you not sleep in my living room? Or in the upstairs rooms?
Oh, good news. We will not be sleeping.
Okay. Her head cocks for a second. You believe that we are what? Potential victims? The next potential victims, even.
Yes, I believe the words I would use are grave danger.
Right. She glances at Jackson, who just nods and thumps up the stairs. Well, I suppose we will settle in then. How many of you will be staying inside and how many will be staying outside?
That's a good question. I need to contact some more individuals.
Great. So you're going to invite more people. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not a bad idea. It's just.
You will thank us in the end.
Yeah, it's a lot. Okay. Yeah, just let me know, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll just give them the location and tell them to come.
Yeah. To Caro or to Salvo?
Caro.
Okay. Yeah, she responds back, understood, we will be there shortly. In this case, shortly means about 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. They're definitely not like sprinting over here. What do you all do in the meantime? Like I said, now it's about maybe 8:15. By the time they get here, it'd be about 8:45. You got about a half hour.
How long would it take?
Uh-huh.
To sprint to the UA.
I mean, you can give me like, So you're kind of actually on the opposite side of town. So like,
well, see, here's the best part is that if Duan decides to sprint across town, they then have to converse and have a conversation and presumably an argument that may not actually result in any useful conclusion. There's a very distinct possibility that this will go nowhere.
Okay, so you think if you hauled ass, you think you could maybe get there in like 45 minutes?
Oh, Christ. And then back?
Well, yeah, you think you could maybe cut it faster, but you're trying to be realistic and you don't have your usual means of cheating distance since Beacon is not here. Like, part of the problem is the way the streets are, especially arrayed out in this area. There are no by the sparrow flies. It's a lot of like through an alley, down an alley, through an alley, down a street, through a street. Like, the streets aren't very particularly well designed, especially over on the rich side of town.
Okay.
You could get it done.
I think I have one
Okay.
argument that can be made to Beacon to persuade them to come. So I feel like I have to do it.
Give me a persuasion check against yourself.
Oh God!
Do a persuasion check and then do another persuasion check, and we'll see.
A contested persuasion with a -3.
Yeah.
Great start.
Yeah. Killing it. Killing it.
Rolling back-to-back numbers.
I think
5, 4, 4.
We fucking, it is a montage of you sprinting like I Need a Hero playing. You get there, you climb up to the top. Then there is straight up like 20 minutes of just we don't get the dialogue. We get
it's better than that. It's about 3 minutes before Duan just grabs the lantern and is yelling at it the entire sprint back.
Yeah, I think the initial like call response is you get up and gesticulate and say something, and there's a brief like little flicker from the lantern, and then it just goes dark. You're like, God damn it, no. Like it. Yeah. Yeah, you are running back, screaming to yourself. Give me an athletics check at this point.
Yeah, of course.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, you are like...
I'm fit as fuck. I just can't talk.
Yeah. It's especially weird because Beacon's using Duan's mouth to yell at at Duan as you're running. And yeah, there are quite a lot of people that just witness the two one of you running down the street shouting shout response at yourself rapid fire. But you fucking haul ass back and do make it back. You'll be gone for this next bit, but you make it back instead of like 45 minutes. You're like 30 minutes. Now that you're both fueled by rage at each other, you cut it way down. At one point, you just jump up on a fucking roof and you're just vaulting from rooftop to rooftop.
There's like a real moment of considering just chucking the lantern off of the roof, but that's not gonna actually that doesn't fix anything.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right. To the rest of you, while Duan goes fucking running off into the dark, or rather, running off down the well-lit streets. After about 20 minutes, Salvo and Caro come strolling up. Caro is holding like a satchel kind of looped around her torso that looks like it's full of papers. Salvo you can see now that he's actually like walking, has a bit of a limp in his right foot, but the brace seems to make it almost negligible. He waves, says, "Okay, you called us here. I assume you got... Oh.
Out with it. Need what you need to know. Need to know what you know.
Okay. You start. Okay. Shit. Caro clears her throat. I'll handle it. Bot was purchased roughly 2.5 years ago from Sphereside Solutions. The service contract, though, was maintained through Deep Hail Securities. This was from some smaller outfit called Wear and Tear Solutions. The representative for that was a dwarf named Gigsum Holmshearth. We tried to find him. He was transferred to Amphi several weeks prior to the initial murders. Wasn't done particularly secretively. Listed reason was end of operational contract, so it must have just been his time to go. He was a private citizen contractor, but more importantly, that led us back to the Grim Servant. Those are the details about this current construct. Are you following?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I need to take a breath. Yeah. She like clears her throat again, nods, says, "Okay." With that information in mind, we went back and covered some old ground to re-examine who had sold the Grim Servant. Apparently, it was sold directly by Deep Hail Securities. At the time, that information was intentionally obscured, so this is the first we are hearing about it. We found records for the service contract, but that was done by some outfit called the Squeaky Spanner, who were absolved of guilt at the time. But, well, in the time since, interestingly, the UPF, in conjunction with the Deep Hail, I guess, securities or family, sanctioned the fuck out of the Squeaky Spanner and more or less ran them out of town.
Huh.
There isn't any kind of official place in for as far as Deep Hail Securities here goes. There's no place we can go to get a grip on what's happening on that end, though we could file official word and maybe get word back from them at some point. Obviously, that doesn't help our current situation.
True. And the company that, bottom line, the company that serviced this latest bot didn't have anything to do with the last one, the first one, rather.
Well, yes, the service contract for the first one was not through Deep Hail Securities, very conspicuously considering Deep Hail Securities kind of fucked them. But with this most recent one, whatever this Wear and Tear Solutions is, that is
a
subsidiary thing of Deep Hail Securities. Even though this bot was not sold by Deep Hail Securities, we didn't really know to look for them specifically until we followed that trail. It took Salvo Button a fucking while. Like, oh my god, paperwork. Jesus.
Yeah, that's how these things operate.
Ugh. A lot of gold too. Like fucking like corruption and bribery, I get it, but Kara clears her throat. That would be why you quit. Salvo nods ahead in concession. Yeah. Okay. So now you go. What do you got?
It was here.
It was here at this house.
Yep.
This is Jackson and Bex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Probably coming back. Not really sure. Can't be positive.
All right. Where all did you check? Did you what all have you gone and looked at?
We've been in the house. We've been on the roof. We've been down multiple alleyways.
Yeah.
We've done the
what
diligence.
About the crime scenes? Did you go to any? You said you were
all
going
of
to the crime.
those.
Okay. Did you get anything? You got a lot. You got a lot.
Yep. Sev, you're gonna have to explain it. You saw most of it.
Can we get it in writing?
Sure. If you can dictate as fast as I speak.
He looks at Kara, who just nods. Better get this through one time than do it twice. Come on.
Right. So we Zadok has found an armor plate from the construct in question at the house where greeting the service construct put up a fight as it was escaping. She'll hold it out from her bag of holding.
Noted.
Not much evidence here, but later on we did find another part. However, we did not know the nature of what caused it, considering there was no sign of struggle at the other crime scenes. We did find out its mode of killing, which was bounding through the rooftops and jumping down and assassinating people. There were holes in the walls, craters in the floor.
Salvo interrupts to go, called it. Kara goes, noted.
Right. Additionally, there was something else interesting, and Salvo, you probably guessed this by your encounter with the first one. It's unstable. probably ripping itself apart.
What about the
And
magical fuckery?
right, the
You got
magical
anything on that?
fuckery is tied to that. It's maintaining quite a few spells on itself. Most of them probably, usually concentration spells, but that can't really be maintained at the same time. It leaves this
What
massive,
what
massive
if
trail of
s- sorry to interrupt.
like
I just epiphany. What if because it's got 3 minds it can concentrate on 3 spells at once?
Magical fuckery. Caro, noted. Caro nods. Noted.
right.
3 minds.
it- right.
What the fuck does that
Uh
mean?
so right. It leaves behind a very, very unstable sort of aura that lingers and wherever it touches down. Additionally, one of the effects that is noted from all of our accounts is a silence spell. Again, giant construct crashing down onto the street would make a lot of noise. None of
Yeah, one
our
second. I'm
witnesses
working.
saw any-
I'm working through this. Uh, is this? This isn't. It's so. It's one thing to know it's probably not a copycat, right? It's another to know that this might literally not be a copycat. And you're saying it might literally not be a copycat. It might be the Grim Servant, but again.
Right, and
Okay,
then
okay. He like puts hands on his head and like takes a step back and walks around in a circle. Caro just gestures at you to continue.
right, we also had some intel from one of the family members, which I wouldn't go pursuing just because we already had a statement and it's a little delicate. Um, but it spoke to them and it was reasoned through Constance that it had 3 minds as
Okay. Sorry,
they were all
yeah.
speaking. An important thing is one of them did say feed. That could be connected to she sort of pauses and looks around for Beacon and then looks at Constance. Uh er, Beacon?
Salvo interrupts, says, "Okay, I'm gonna go for a quick walk. Just a quick walk. Kara, you got this?" Kara just glares at him. Right, not far. Just end of the street, back.
I'll
Need to
walk
give.
with you.
Yeah, that's great. I need to give all of that a bit of a think. Uh, Carol, get the details. He like pats Kara's like hip as she just glares down at him. Salvo, go find your breath and then come back.
Lay yourself together.
Yeah. Right. Okay. He goes walking off if you follow Constance.
Yeah.
Yeah, he spends the whole time just very clearly catching his breath because he's starting to kind of hyperventilate. Caro continues to get all of the relevant details from you, Sev. At least as you relate them. We don't have to, verbally do all of them.
Yeah.
But she asks a lot of in-depth questions to the best of your understanding about the magical stuff. And when a few of the things you say, like the 3 minds thing, she being the magical specialist would at least say that is plausible. That although she doesn't know how that would work, to concentrate on 3 things at once is theoretically plausible. If you have 3 minds to do it with, then yeah. As for she would remark on the fact that you had gathered some form of magical information when like so far after the initial crime, given that her magical understanding would say that that's not likely. And yeah, I think there's a bit more like back and forth, and then where do you all kind of set up, because you'll have time to set up before the fucking the Beacon show rolls back up from its dead sprint.
N- o- o- One thing really quick.
Mhm.
Let me just see if I can do this. Does Caro believe me that there is this sort of like magical footprint wherever it
Uh,
goes?
roll me an insight check.
Shit. See, because I can't like touch her and give her detect magic.
Yeah.
Okay.
She seems to at least believe that it is possible. She is kind of a naturally credulous person. So she is entertaining that it may be possible. You don't think you have fully convinced her, but she's not the kind of person maybe who can necessarily be fully convinced without further proof.
Right. I will make note that I did use detect magic to
Mhm.
like see what it was, and also like told her that at the scene by the pleasure ministries building that like we followed it up to the rooftops and got a
Mhm.
trail all the way up the yeah right.
Yeah,
All the other
she
information. I will
yeah,
one second.
as you're all like waiting around, she does at some point cast detect magic on herself and climb up on the roof. And
I'm also going up onto the roof, just FYI.
okay. She seems to like whoever else is on the roof with her, she seems to glom on to the spot where it must have been standing, at least as far as Beacon could tell. What she's seeing, she doesn't immediately relay, but she just nods and says, I find it more plausible, although I don't see uh the large trace you were
Well,
speaking
it,
about.
it seems like it happens when a murder's about to happen or happens because it
Ah,
was there at the Bugaro scene. However, there was no murder that took place here. It just communed with someone.
understood. Okay. Where would you have me and Salvo then?
Oh, I
That's up to the
didn't think you were
tacticians.
going to fight with us. We just couldn't leave this scene to come get the information you had. I had a follow up question, by the way. This Deep Hail Securities, did they have anything to do with? You said it had nothing to do with the first bot, but did they have something to do with the victims?
To clarify, they were involved with they sold they sold the Grim Servant to.
Oh,
They did not have anything to do with the maintenance of the robot, as far as I could tell. Whereas with
not the
this
maintenance,
most
but they did sell it.
indeed, whereas with this most recent iteration, I suppose, it was not sold by it was sold by Sphereside Solutions. But the maintenance company, this Wear and Tear, is an arm of well, it's the she looks exasperated, fucking Sphereside corporate double whatever subsidiary of Deep Hail Securities.
Can't think of what Deep Hail Securities would stand to gain. Wait, the first family was in import export.
I mean,
What?
yes, as far as we're aware, yes. As far as we know, Deep Hail Securities is just I mean, they're one of the larger suppose distributors of Sphereside constructs, at least in recent years. Certainly in the maintenance, I know they've kind of cornered the market. Though I think mostly they're known for just security stuff. I confess I do not have much of a head for business or politics.
All I needed. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we will be fucking off then. Oh, the good news, she produces a sending stone.
Ah,
We did acquire. Yes, this will help, I suppose, with resources. Give us.
Definitely get Salvo out of here.
Yeah, he's Yeah, well, we'll be leaving.
I'd rather not let it try to finish the job.
Yeah, that's sort of my thought as well. In addition, I don't want to be here when it is here. Luck to you, though. She like slowly climbs back down the roof after the beat of silence.
I'm gonna look around for a place where I can hide, like someplace I can sort of get out of sight and lurk. Not right now, but just to have that in my back pocket for later.
Yeah, Constance, you come back with Salvo. Salvo immediately fucks off with Caro.
My little cave.
At this point, some of you might hear it before you see it. Bounding across the rooftops comes Beacon. The bickering has subsided below shouting into just sort of like a fierce, terse, like
We're
conversational,
so tired now.
conversational whisper.
We've run a lot and we've been talking that whole time. That's exhausting.
Yeah, it's kind of just exhausted hissing at this point. Like 2 sets of exhausted hissing.
Just sweating and flushed and bad.
Okay. So, as we're settling in for the evening, where do you all set up for your, I guess, stakeout?
I am on the roof.
Okay, so do you pick on that roof or just a roof nearby?
The roof of this building.
Okay,
Of
give me
that building.
give me a stealth check just to see if you can find a spot.
Yeah, that's about right.
I mean, you think you nailed it. You got
Yeah.
a spot that's kind of dark. You have a good visibility of everything. It's apparent to everybody with a passive perception over like 14
6?
that you can see Zathicus from literally every angle. He hasn't even like hidden so that he can't be seen. Like he's not even like flush up against a wall or anything. He's just kind of like commando on the roof, like clearly illuminated by moonlight at this point.
Like his head and shoulders are behind some box or whatever, but his entire lower half is just sticking out in plain view.
He's got his like head behind like
in
a
the shadows
chimney
somewhere, but like he also lit a pipe, so there's just a bright glowing ember.
Yeah.
God damn, I hate stakeouts. They're just so boring.
Okay.
Sorry. One really quick second. How long between, like what time is it when we're trying to get all set up?
About 9:30.
And how far away is the building where I left Skrulk?
Yeah, you could go jog down and do it. It's relatively close actually. It's about 5 minutes away.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get Skrulk and just like.
you just rolled like, yep.
Cool. it lands on me, and I'm like, man, I gotta retune your voice box. I didn't think this was gonna get that annoying.
Yeah, you call out to it, and very clearly, like a clarion call through the night. You see a light turn on, like in the window right below where Skrulk is posted up, facing down.
All right. Yeah. I'll recall him to me, and then jog back and be on the roof and hide somewhere.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Do I have any?
Just
you got your stealth armor. I don't remember what it does though.
Just before Sev hides, I'm just going to ask, can your construct there make a continual noise?
I mean, the answer is yes. I shudder to think of what that means, but yes.
Sev like Sev glares at Constance, knowing exactly what the noise will be, and the thought of like, man, I really need to replace this at some point. And then she's like, I know what you're trying to do. It's got eyes, you know?
Well, yes, but we might not see this thing when it casts the silence spell.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Scott, please tell me I put some quieter noises in you.
In response, you hear a audible only to you in your hand, but still fairly loud. Ding 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 ding.
Great. So then just do that and fly around our general area. If the fucking yeah, right?
It's immediately, again, I stress, cannot fly. So it is crawling with a ding 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 ding.
What do you
No,
mean?
it's
It
like
can't fly?
it's
Much like fly.
Can it fly?
Yes, of course it can fly.
Because remember, Panarin officially could fly.
Fair. Okay, then even more fucked up. It moves like Sprout through the air. It's like one of those Chinese dragon-like
yes.
kites that's like, like snaking through the air.
No, that's exactly what I'm picturing.
Yeah, even more upsetting. Okay, it's sort of just a little kite floating around, going ding 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 ding. Give me a stealth check, Sev,
Right.
with
Can I make
advantage
it
because
with
of your armor.
advantage? Yes,
Yeah.
because my armor. Good thing, because I am not trained in stealth.
Me either.
I guess you do have. I guess you.
Genius. Yep.
Okay, you got 21. So yeah, you post up. Do you post up on the roof or a nearby roof?
On the roof. Yeah.
Okay, so you are hidden in a way that Zedekiss is not. Zedekiss is like, as far as you can tell, the bait for what you're doing, which is actually hiding. You think Zedekiss must be doing this intentionally.
Also, but before she goes and hides, she's gonna like pass by Caro and just be like, "Hey, I'm sorry. This is Constance's idea. It was a good idea, but sorry in advance." Before she climbs up.
Yeah, Caro and Salvo went back to the office.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah.
No
Everybody.
apologies. Yay!
So okay, we've got a 16, a 6. Beacon, where are you
Had
posted up?
inspiration, I would not go for a better roll.
This sounds stupid, but can I do any sort of assessment to find a vulnerable place to protect here?
Give me a survival check, in this case with advantage.
Ooh.
You've clocked the fucker enough that you've gotten a sense of its hunting pattern. So you're trying to work backwards. They're all on that side of the street. Though you do know that it tends to like run and jump. You realize like one of the best places to be to actually be able to see it is the building that kind of like backs up to this little like apartment building.
Is that the super tall one or the lower one?
It's yeah, the one that backs up is about 4 stories tall, so it's actually pretty high up, and it means you'd have a pretty good view of the left and the right.
Okay.
Because you know this thing's pattern is to jump along the roofs. Your first thought is maybe the other side, but it's never demonstrated that it's watched from the other side of the street, right? It tends to just stay on the side of the street, at least as far as you can tell from its current pattern. So yeah, you post up. Do you try to hide up there?
Oh, fuck. I'm trying to think of the best use of the echo in this instance, but I don't think I have a good use of it just now. Yes, I'm going to try getting up there and
Yeah, easy
hiding.
enough to get up there.
Okay, cool.
The jumpingest jumper of all the jumpers. Just
uh,
woo.
and then I will try to hide.
Okay.
Oy.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of nestle in so that you can sit and look down. From where you are, you can see Zadakis. You can't see Sev immediately, although your perception's high enough that given enough time, you could probably like find Sev. Yeah, so you are hidden as far as you know, and you have a pretty good view of the buildings to the left and the right. Dux, what are you up to?
Dux is going to be one of the ones who stays inside, kind of as a last defense.
Okay.
Like I want to be like inside in a place where I could hear anything happening. Not too far from any of the bedrooms or anything.
Yeah, so it's in this case, yeah, you go into the kind of upstairs area in the hallway. They have left like there's like what seems to be just a small guest/storage room. Their bedroom, Nyx's room. You could sit in the storage room with like the window open, and you would have a view of the, I guess, from where Beacon is situated, the left building, which is this similar height to the building that you're in. But that would be your best bet for like a place where you could, sort of subtly swing your way out and maybe climb up the side if you had to.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. Constance, what about you?
Is there a spot on the roof where if I'm looking down, I can see the front door, or at least the area in front of the front door?
From the roof, not really very well. You'd have to get kind of conspicuously out almost onto the ledge to see straight down, unless you go to the building to the left or the right, in which case you can maybe see there, or the building across the street.
I don't have a problem being conspicuous.
Yeah, you're kind of perched right on the edge of the roof with your with your feet hanging over the like the edge.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably just be sitting there.
Okay. No stealth check from you, huh?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, how close am I to, I guess, Sev and Zadakis are also on the roof?
Yeah, you're pretty close to where Sev is hiding, maybe like 10 feet away. Zadakis is like another 5 feet past that.
Okay.
Barely hiding, like with his back up against like a one of the chimney stacks, thinking that the pipe is being masked by the smoke coming from the chimney.
Yeah. I don't need a stealth check. I've been advocating for bait, for somebody to be bait for at least 2 sessions now, so here we go.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So you all settle in to your waiting. An hour passes, nothing. Another hour passes, getting close to midnight.
I think we're not expecting anything until like 2 or 3 in the morning, so
about 1 in the morning, nothing. 2 in the morning, you're all kind of starting to get on edge. You know you're entering into what might theoretically be the window. Nothing. 3 in the morning, everybody give me a perception check that is outside and can see anywhere around.
This would almost certainly be a disadvantage for me because I have no dark vision.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cody, would casting guidance on myself break stealth?
I don't think so. No, because you're not like invisible. Yeah, let's say for the sake of continuance, no.
Okay. I will mutter it under my breath. Oh boy. Oh, that's a 15.
Okay. Dux, you can give me a check with disadvantage from inside, and the DC would be a little bit higher. But you are kind of listening out for something going on out there.
Yeah, do we still hear Skrulk?
We still not
Yeah.
hear Skrulk?
For now, yeah. Okay, so it's around 3. Beacon, you are kind of perched up higher than the others. And your back is like basically pressed up against like kind of the side, like a shadowy spot, trying to stay very still, which you're actually pretty good at doing. And you catch a flicker of really bright light approaching from, in your case, the right. So it seems to flare, and then dim, flare, dim, and as you glance over, you get the vague impression of something moving very quickly from rooftop to rooftop towards uh, the house here. And most importantly, it is like you can see a very visible, almost like a firefly of like flicker of this white light, and then it's dark, and then flicker of this white light, and then it's dark.
Okay, complicated, bad question to ask. Can I calculate, based on how it is moving, an approximate point where it will be close enough to me to literally drop my echo on top of it?
Okay, so this would be hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you can try to do some kind of investigation check.
Okay.
I think it'd be investigation. You're trying to time it out, and you don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, this definitely should be intelligence based.
Yeah, because you're trying to like match a rhythm to something that you're catching, that mostly Beacon is catching very, very quickly moving.
Oh, I have no means to improve. Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Well, so you're the one with the ring, right? Or was that Dux?
It's not me. I don't think.
You talking about the Granny's Band of Tidy?
Yeah, the Band of Tidying.
I have that.
Okay. Yeah, you don't think you can match. You don't have quite enough time. You're kind of now in bullet time where it is approaching. It doesn't seem like it has noticed anybody yet, but it's gonna pretty soon if it does. So you have kind of a moment for an action right now. Like either call out a warning to let it get close and prepare something for when it does, if it does. You know that if you could see Zedekiss as easily as you can, it can see Zedekiss. And also you can clearly see Constance not hiding.
Yeah. Okay, so we've talked about this coming. Okay, so everyone. Oh fuck. Okay, I'm so sorry to ask this question. And it might be better to like maybe just drop tokens on the map, but can you kind of give me a general layout of where everyone is in relation to this incoming thing? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so let's see. I'll drop these little tokens on the map. So let's say like you are about like 15 feet up on a roof behind. Constance is on the edge of the roof in front of you. Like on the edge of the roof of the building in front of you. Zedekiss is over here.
Right.
And Sev, if you can like actively see her, is tucked away kind of in here. And the thing is coming from over here.
Okay. All right. So it's
Zedekiss
coming from
side,
Zedekiss
yeah.
specifically. Well,
I mean, yeah, it'll see
will
Zedekiss
see.
first.
Yeah.
And you're in kind of bullet time right now, right? Like you have a moment to make a decision.
Okay, and I'm 15 feet. Okay, I'm close enough. Well, I'm like 30 feet, but I'm still like it's not a triangle, so I can still do this. I am going to send Beacon to Zedekiss, the Echo, and they will say that it is coming. and ready their weapon.
All right, Zadicus, what do you do again, we're almost in like bullet time here. You can't see anything yet.
I can't see anything, and I have no concept of how poorly I'm hidden, so I will just pull
Yeah.
out Fogtaker's Heart, and I will
Okay.
activate the whip.
Okay. Everybody roll me another perception check.
Guidance again.
God,
That's it.
please.
Sorry, I didn't take the advantage off. It's
Mhm.
15 plus whatever I roll for guidance. 18.
Okay. Dux, you can hear very faintly like some murmuring from up there. Like somebody talking, not much to you yet. Constance, you're looking at the door, you don't got anything. Sev, you catch the flash of light to what would be your right, as it seems to go up into the air for a second, then come back down and dissipate. Zadicus, you look and think you catch one of those flashes, but you don't have a good eye on it yet. And Beacon, in the focusing on getting word down to Zadicus, you kind of lose your bead on it for a second. Okay. Everybody, yeah, you know, you saw the flash over there, Sev, so you have a moment to do something if you wish. You are still hidden as far as you know.
Oh man, I wasted all my spell slots on detect magic. I didn't get a long rest. Oh fuck me. I will ready my thunder cannon or my lightning gun thing.
Okay.
At where I saw it and ready in action to blast the first thing I see.
Okay. So the way this will happen is you catch it from your vantage point first. It is on the rooftop next to like Zadicus, and you catch you're almost like seeing the afterglow of how because it's moving so quickly. But you see it jump. Zadicus, you don't quite catch this at the speed it's moving at. Sev, in this moment, only you really have a bead to do anything, as you now can see it vaulting across. Again, this I'll show. Actually, yeah, I can show what it looks like now. It looks super fucked up. Most of the outside of it, Sev, is completely ripped off. You can see some of what must have been an ironwood core or something left. And you can see as it's jumping, this spectral knife begins to materialize in its hand. So you got a moment, Sev. You shooting the cannon?
I am absolutely fucking blasting that motherfucker. Zap!
Zadicus, what you catch is, for a brief moment, you're looking, and then you hear the tink, 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 and it cuts off overhead. And as you look, you see Sev unleash with the cannon. You did the attack? Yeah, you look to your left, you look to rather your right, and see something coming up fast towards you, glowing super bright, bluish white, as it gets beamed by the lightning cannon. And then we'll move into a quick cheeky initiative. Everybody heard the the like zap go off. That's, I don't think, particularly quiet, or is it, Sev? Actually,
It's lightning.
yeah, I suppose so. So yeah,
So it's not as thunderous as my gauntlets hitting someone. It's a lot quieter than that. It does sound like a big discharge of electricity, though.
yeah. 1 second. Okay, initiative tracker's up.
Could I have a token, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll bring you up.
Could I have a token,
That's where my
please?
luck's gone.
Yeah, baby, I didn't roll like an 8 for initiative for once in my goddamn life. We're winning today, baby.
So yeah, Dux, you're essentially about 10 feet below where Constance is.
Gotcha.
Where you're, yeah. Oh, you're so fucking lucky. Is everybody rolled into initiative? Okay. Yeah, okay. So, like I said, it is currently vaulting up and over. Completely silently, Zadicus, the thing you notice is cannon goes zap past you. It hits something as this thing hits the ground in front of you and like skids through several of the slats. And the sound of the mecha scroll ting 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 cut off, and it is completely silent where you are currently standing. Beacon, it is your turn.
Oh shit. Okay.
You managed to beat it.
Yeah, excellent. So manifesting as their spectral form, Beacon. I'm assuming that like we're in relative 10 feet distance. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Uh. Oh fuck! I didn't recharge any. We have not been in combat in days. I have all my shit. Okay.
Should, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That. Anyway. Um. Attack once. Twice.
Yep.
3 times. And action surge.
Okay.
And then as a bonus action, that form will mystify, and my bodies will switch.
Yeah, so the 25, 25, and 21 hit.
Okay.
So you like rip, and as you like draw it across this like kind of wiry like frame, bits of it just shear off underneath your glaive. And it also like seems to like throb with light as if it's like leaking some of that light out into it. As it like throws its head back in what like might be a scream, but again, completely silent in this space.
Mm-hmm. There's just a seething and hate-filled look on Beacon's face as they go a little batshit for a second, and then when the body takes the form of the specter, the demeanor changes to something more collected. But I think that's it. And this is unlikely, but with the oh wait, no, we're in silence. Never mind. I wouldn't hear weird meta
No.
language. Yeah, okay, that's it.
On its turn, you see its head ratchets around, like assessing. You see its head cranks back to also look at what was like what it seems to think is the real you, I guess. Like it looks at you and then it turns and looks back over your shoulder at the you that's up there on the roof.
Oh fuck.
It like it's like glances, realize it's been shot, it's been slashed a bunch, and it turns, takes a couple like bounding steps and jumps up into the air. As it does, the silence flickers out and you can hear everything that is like, you can hear tink 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 tink. You can hear the sound of it hitting the like rooftop across the street. You would get an attack of opportunity, I think, Beacon.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, you're within 10 feet. Yeah, you
Oh,
fucking
God.
rip a bit of its back as it jumps over, and it hits the ground and just starts fucking sprinting. Like it makes it about, let's see, it would be about 40, 50 feet away from you, Sadicus. But that is what it's doing with its turn. It is now like 2 rooftops over. Ducks. You heard probably just then the sound of rending metal from up top, since you've been straining to hear stuff all night.
Oh yeah, I will do what I can to get out there as quickly as I can. I don't know how much it'll take for me to get like physically on this map.
I think not very much.
Okay.
You just reach around and just drag your claws up the side of the building.
Okay.
About 10 feet of movement.
Okay, 10 feet. Then that's 30. I've got a speed of 35, so 35. Then I'm going to. Oh, I've got reach. Hell yeah. I'm gonna Misty Step within 10 feet of this guy.
Okay.
And make an attack. My halberd. It's not a disadvantage, but still a 21.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay, and I'm going to throw a 2nd level Divine Smite on there.
Mm-hmm.
To roll this 3d8. So yeah, 27.
Okay,
And
yeah.
then,
The boom flare behind it like rips like the whole back plate of this thing off as it just continues to sprint forward.
Yeah, and then 2nd attack, crit, another 2nd level Divine Smite.
Uh-huh.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So that's 30, 36, 44 on that hit.
Okay. Yeah, is that the rest of your turn?
Yeah, that's it. I have nothing left.
It turns and its hand whips out towards you as that like dagger that it's in its hand comes flashing towards you. It's gonna take an attack. 19.
19 hits. My AC is a 16.
Okay. You take 11 necrotic damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. You said 11 damage?
Yep. You are good. You feel as the knife goes in, it passes through you and out the other side, and there's a brief flicker where you feel wrongness, but you kind of just like grunt and power through it.
Oof.
Dev.
Where are the borders of the roofs, by the way?
It's so these two over here are essentially at the edge of the roof.
Okay.
Roughly, we're a little loosey goosey here because you guys did a good job, and I wasn't expecting you to do such a good job.
So they're at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
building. Sev is going to move right here. I believe that's in range.
Mm-hmm.
Get that ruler out. Oh yeah, baby. She's going to, on the underside of her arm, the big fucking harpoon, like.
Yeah,
Straight towards it.
as the harpoon is ratcheting out, you see it flick its head. One of its hands moves, and a little shimmering dome of the same color appears around it. As the harpoon hits and then bounces off, getting onto the roof.
You fucker! Is that all I got? I believe that might be all I got. Yep. That's my. Oh wait, no, that's an action. Shit. Yep, that's my turn.
At the end of your turn, another knife comes whipping out at you, Duck. That'll hit. Or 11 necrotic damage again, and roll me a DC, or roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're good.
Cheeky.
Oh,
Almost gave away that DC.
Zadicus, you're up. Sorry, I skipped you.
That's fine. Zadicus looks across the building. Did he know where? Well, this isn't going to do any good. I will drop the whip. I will draw a short bow. I will carefully take aim, and I will take a shot. I'm using my bonus action for whatever that's called, steady aim.
Mm-hmm.
Right, 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
And 14 damage. Ugh, lots of twos.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Okay. Sorry, Constance, your turn.
All right. I will run up here. With my action, I will embolden the bond between Duck's beacon and myself. And with my bonus action, right there, I would like to summon my Tentacle of the Deep.
Mm-hmm. That thing, I'll for sure one day make a token for.
Yeah, no worries.
For sure. And I won't have to go back and find it every time. For sure.
That is an unsuccessful 13.
Yep.
And that's my turn.
Beacon.
1 second. Getting boy ready for bed. Okay. Do I have to do any jumps or leaps to get in reach, or can I sprint? Or he's on the ground now, right?
Yeah. No, he's on the roof, but you
okay.
you got the jump easy.
Okay. I mean, I have a good jump, but
Yeah,
to
you're
use
good.
the double jump is a bonus action, and I don't want to do that.
You don't need to.
Okay.
You don't need to.
Great. Okay. And I will get to here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bonus action my guy to here. Actually, we'll do our classic. So yeah, there. And then 1, 2, 3. Damn.
All three glance off of that glowy shell.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine. That's it for us.
On its turn, seeing everything around it, It makes a move to cast a spell.
Can
I
I
have to.
counterspell that with actually? One sec. No, I'm gonna save that.
Okay. Yeah, it finishes casting and it goes invisible.
Fuck, I should have counterspelled it. God damn it.
Well,
The both of you nearby roll. Both of you two that were on the roof next to it roll perception.
bad people to ask. Hold on. I'll roll for you.
16 and. Okay. It darts off. Instead of jumping to the next roof, you both can very clearly hear it slide over to the side and descend down to the street level. And then can hear the sound of it darting off, though it is completely invisible still. And it is darting. It seems to be running as fast as it can now, having been summarily mauled.
I would like to use my bonus action to cast Expeditious Retreat.
Mm-hmm.
Which lets me dash on that bonus action, and then as a bonus action going forward. So we'll go ahead and now I have 70 feet of movement to chase after it.
Yeah. So this will get interesting. We'll go through one more round of initiative as the thing went invisible and is darting off. Dux goes into fucking hyperspeed.
Am I able to catch it in 70 feet?
I think roll me a perception check to see if you can triangulate exactly.
Oh no.
You
Inspiration.
okay.
Still bad.
You know the general direction that it's running, and you can faintly hear it. But the problem is you're about to close in, and then it zags on you just a little bit at one point. So you're kind of keeping pace with it. You just can't quite catch it because it keeps pivoting.
Yeah.
But the two of you are 70 feet off that way now.
Gotcha.
And they see Dux. All the rest of you see Dux just fucking hyper speed as he shimmers with blue light and starts running.
If it's at all possible, I would like to chase Dux.
Yeah. Okie dokie. We'll go through in order real quick. Sev, what are you doing?
Sev sees it fleeing, and will cast.
You technically can't see it anymore.
That is okay. I will just be following Dux.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. She's gonna cast Expeditious Retreat.
Okay.
Can I make the jump?
Roll me an acrobatics check. It's not super high up, but you're still trying to haul ass and be a little bit reckless.
All right, reckless is my jam. Let's fail. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you take, let's say, 4 bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground and then roll and kind of smack your head on the wall, the opposite wall. And you right yourself. You've only lost a step or two. But yeah, you definitely biff the landing. So you can go taking off.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'll take off with Dux on the ground, see if this thing makes landfall at all, because I'm sure if it jumps down at any point, I'll see it.
Yeah, well, it's on the ground right now, so Dux is chasing it down an alley that you can see up ahead.
Gotcha.
Although you're actually able to almost catch up with Dux. You're like 10 to 15 feet behind him.
Yeah.
Okay. Zadakis.
Zadakis watches everyone go sprinting off, looks over the edge of the building, grumbles something to himself, and just starts climbing down. I don't have any way of getting across or anything, so
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna, even with cunning action, I will fall way too far behind to keep up.
Yeah, well, to be clear, they're not on the roof anymore.
No, I know, but I
Yeah.
have to take the time to climb down this building.
Yeah, true.
I can't. I'm not gonna just jump off. I don't have any magic
Too old
either.
for this
So
shit.
Okay, I mean, still the trip down. If you did your rogue like dash and then bonus action dash, right?
yeah, that's what cunning action is. Is a bonus
Yeah.
action.
So you're not able to catch up with them, but you can keep them in eye shot for now. But yeah, in the climbing down, you're not quite able to catch up to them fully. Constance. Everybody's running.
I cast Expeditious Retreat as well.
Hell yeah.
I will do the best I can to get down safely, but it's more important for me to get down quickly than it is safely. And I mean, I'm going to use my action to dash. I'm now with Expeditious Retreat. I'm going to use my bonus action to dash, and I'm going to use my movement to dash. So that's 90 feet. I'm just trying to catch up to ducks because I can't see shit.
Yeah. So you catch up to Sev. Both of you are now about you're about 5 feet behind Sev. Sev is about 10 to 15 feet behind Dux. And Dux is pretty sure he's maybe 10 to 15 feet behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm chasing the sound of footprints, but I can't see the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I figure it's loud enough for me to chase it on sound, but not.
Yeah, I mean, you
know
didn't,
where it is.
naturally one. You fixed it. So you're good. Beacon.
Okay.
Gotten chaotic.
Yeah. Sorry, and I'm also up from the computer.
Mhm.
I have 35 movement. So if I dash, that's 70 feet.
Mhm.
I'll take fall damage to get onto street level. I think relying on passive perception might be the best that I can do in order to get me as far as I can go, while still being able to maybe triangulate with ducks.
Yeah.
Ideally, if it's possible, mechanically this isn't really possible, but using the echo to jump ahead of me, as much as not as much as possible, but some ways, so like to theoretically cut off a
Yeah,
heading.
so I would say that you have an advantage the others don't, which is you could theoretically keep pace via rooftop and move a little bit faster than them if you employ your double jumping. So while they're running on street level, you could potentially make it quite a distance just hopping from one roof to the next while being able to look down at them, and you'd be able to move a little bit more directly than they are, who are having to zigzag through alleys.
Okay, if I do that, using the double jump is the bonus action, which means I can move the echo, but the echo does
True.
not move as fast as Dulon does.
Okay. So yeah, if you want to get to
yeah.
street level and then try to daisy chain, kind of, right?
Yeah,
Try to throw your echo ahead of yourself.
Yeah, I think that is the best choice as far as covering distance and potentially letting either of our sets of eyes, or more specifically ears, pin this thing down.
Okay.
But I'll take whatever fall damage that requires.
It was fucking piddly, just like the other fall damage. So
4?
4.
Okay, that's fine.
Multiple dice, don't worry about it. It's 4.
That's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, so in this weird space we're in, we'll transition to essentially a like skill check challenge, right? So we'll go in order of what you're trying to do to either catch up or keep pace. If you're trying to overtake versus trying to just track it at this point and figure out where it's like follow it back to wherever it is it thinks it's going. But we'll go in order. Dux, you're in the lead. You're pretty sure keeping pace, though it's hard to keep a beat on it. What would you like to do?
I have no way to really like see this thing or reveal this thing. All I can really do is keep going fast. I don't think that would do me any good either, though. Yeah, frightening it is not useful. See. I think all that Dux can really do is do his very best to keep chasing it, and if I feel like I'm within 10 feet of it, try to attack it.
Okay, give me a perception check then. Or survival, I suppose. It depends on like how, if you're trying to hear it out or if you're trying to look at the ground in front of you and see where it is stepping. It's up to you.
I think perception's all I've got.
17 is not bad. You are still keeping pace with it. Again, another like just dash. It's clearly dashing on its turns, as are you. You have just enough like sense right now to hear very faintly it pivoting positions as it like darts to the left down an alley, and you skid to a stop and turn and start darting.
Yeah, but I'm not able to like, since I have the bonus action dash, get a swing in or something.
Not yet. You don't quite have a triangulated position on it yet. You can just hear the direction it's moving.
Oh, did you add a D4 for being close to me? We have a bond on right now.
Okay.
I mean, even like since I've got 70 feet with an action available, like if I'm keeping pace with 70 feet movement, I'd like to just swing wildly if I can.
Go
with
for
my
it.
10-foot reach.
Yeah, give me an
Just
attack.
Trying to do something.
Certainly with a 21, I think you can vaguely suss out where it is going.
I assume I'm attacking with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 9 and a 17.
Unfortunately, we'll miss.
Yeah.
Just barely. But you know where it is. With the 21 in perception, you know exactly where it is, and you're right behind it.
All right, I will just keep chasing.
Dev. You there, June? Or if you're muted.
Sorry. Yes. Shoot.
You've got Expeditious Retreat. You can catch up to us and cast Dispel Magic with the scissors. You could save us some trouble here with those scissors.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. But doesn't Dispel Magic have to have a target?
You can target the effect of invisibility. Like, you don't have to like see a target. You can you know that there's a magical effect that is causing this thing to be invisible, and like you see ducks swinging at a particular location.
All right.
Yeah.
Then I will catch up to ducks and do that very thing.
Okay. You will have to give me a. Actually, interesting. One second.
Yeah, one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Nothing else is creating invisibility.
Okay. you cannot see it, but you can everybody can kind of see a flash of magic as you raise your scissors and try to cut, and it does something to try to stop that.
What does it do?
You can't see it.
I mean, so the only thing it can be doing is counterspell, correct?
You would guess so.
And there's no anything I can do after that. Correct?
I believe so. The good news is that the counterspell doesn't work. So roll your Dispel Magic check.
It's third level, or it's higher than third level? Invisibility? You can upcast invisibility?
You can upcast anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's more than one kind of invisibility,
I
huh?
say it can also be greater, because otherwise if he was counterspelling, the invisibility would drop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh boy. DC is 10 plus the spell's level. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry.
So yeah, it's basically you roll an intelligence check, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you raise, and then with a snick, it is now visible. It is running. It is jettisoning magic everywhere. That little bit of white light inside of it.
she'll just yell after it. Eat shit, idiot! A little too hard to feed.
At this point, all of you that are near it can actually hear it groaning in a multi-voiced voice. And the words you catch are it saying essentially close soon, close soon, close soon. Zedekis.
I will keep chasing after it if it becomes visible.
It's visible. It's probably about 40 feet in front of you.
Oh boy. The range of Hunter's Mark is 90 feet, so I will tag it as a bonus action with the Hunter's Mark out of the band of
Interesting.
Fighting.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the Hunter's Mark for this one is particularly fucked up looking. It looks like essentially a little set of dark spectral scissors to you appears in the air over its head, just menacingly snicking over again.
Oh. Interesting. Yeah, anyway, as a bonus action, I guess I will short bow. Just try to stop this thing. I won't get sneak attack or anything, but it's what I got. This gets the... No, not a roll. This... 17 will miss, I believe.
Yes, just barely. Constance. You can catch up. You are basically where you're about 20 feet behind it where Sev is.
Okay.
With Expeditious Retreat, you got that easy.
Yeah. I am going to run up And I will drop Expeditious Retreat so that I can upcast Bless on the four of us that are right here.
Okay, cool.
And you know what? I will use my second option to summon my Tentacle of the Deep as a bonus action. Put it right in front of him again.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah. As its head is like swiveled all the way around to look behind, and you set up the tentacle in front of it, and it jumps it without looking. Beacon. You can definitely get into swinging range.
I can over fucking take this thing, and
You
I
sure
do.
can.
Let's see. God, it'd be so stupid. We know it's strong. I should not try to grapple it with my attack thing. Yeah, we're going to be so Dux is behind it. We are going to be in front of it to either pointed side, so it is center in a triangle. And then hacksaw this motherfucker. Maybe. Oh, there we go.
A 25 will hit.
Oh, fuck.
Miss.
And that's my last of my third attacks.
Okay. Its head swivels around, and now all of you can hear it just in a like cacophony saying, "Close soon, close soon, close soon, close soon." And you can catch that there is like two mechanized voices, but there's one very clearly not mechanized voice that is like peeking through and is a lot angrier than the other two. And it will turn. Let's look at it. Okay. Yeah, it is going to dart over to you, Dux, and make an attack. First one will miss. Second one will hit.
On that second attack,
Uh-huh.
I just materialize right next to Dux, and it hits me.
Okay, so you take the damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 11 necrotic damage, and then give me a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Does that... So, can I see the wording on that effect that you just used?
Yeah, this might work really interestingly with your thing, huh?
Yeah, because I mean, if this counts as that creature making attack against someone else, then I can Sentinel attack. But if you're just taking the damage, if it's not like changing the attack to attacking you, then I think it wouldn't work. It just depends on the wording, I think.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I think you just take the damage.
He just
it doesn't like
materializes
change
to take the
attack.
damage.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, but yeah, because you're taking the damage. 9 on the Constitution saving throw, right?
It's a
+1
13.
+3. So 13.
Yeah.
Still not quite enough.
Okay.
Constance, roll 1d2.
+5. Or +4.
+5.
Because
plus
you're
4?
next to me. +4.
That would put you at 15?
17.
17? Okay, yeah, you're good.
All right. And for Bless.
Cody, it's a coin flip.
Okay.
It is like it drops down onto all fours, and it's like the center of its mass just spins with these like spectral blades out. The three of you in front give me a dexterity saving throw. Not Beacon. Beacon has positioned slightly out of this.
Oh, I need to turn off that disadvantage. But the two of you do have a +4.
No. Actually, I'll burn an inspiration.
Mhm.
See if I can get better than that.
I'm really pulling fuck.
Okay,
Although I do.
Constance.
Yeah, go for it.
Is that are you leaving it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Constance, you will take. Ooh. So the other two of you jump, and it misses you entirely. Constance, you take 17 necrotic damage, and give me another Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
As this blade passes like through you.
I'll burn an inspiration on that. All right. Well, I'm
Okay,
just
so
failing these things. So
it's 8
yeah.
plus what?
4. So 12.
Okay, roll me a 1d2, Constance.
Did you add your own bless?
Yeah, did you add your own?
No, but I mean, it's not going to make a difference.
Well, you're at a 12 right now. It might.
So now it's a 16.
It makes a difference.
All right.
It makes a difference, just barely.
Fantastic.
Yeah, this effect like of the knife passing through you, it hurts like a lot. And you could feel something tugging, and you almost have to like weirdly hold yourself together a little bit. But you managed to resist. It is not moving. It is looking really fucked up, and you have it cornered. Dux, you specifically have left huge rents that are still kind of glowing with divine light of your like misty blue light.
Let's see if I can't add a couple more. It's only a 10. A 13.
Yeah, it is like down. It at this point it is like, although it is about 6, it is spindly and like whipping around incredibly quickly, like faster than it should be able to, and seems to almost like lazily like matrix dodge underneath your halberd as it like whips a knife up. Sev, it's your turn. Oh yeah, go ahead. You got a bonus.
Actually, I don't seem to have anything good to use with it. So never mind.
Yeah. All right, Sev.
Actually, I'll cast Shield of Faith.
That's decent. It's Sev.
Hey.
What you got?
How? Oh shit. Beacon's like around it, right?
I mean, you're all kind of around it.
We're all kind of around it, but
Oh, you mean for burning hands purposes?
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, not for burning hands, honey. Yeah. Fuck. Wait.
In truth, we can take it.
Hold on.
Yeah, they could take it.
Okay. Centered right next to the tentacle, Sev is just gonna say, "Hey asshole, silence this."
To Kerplow.
Oh god damn it.
It manages to save.
God damn it.
Yeah. As it gets like the vibration ripples through, and you see more of like it's some of the like the mechanics in its joints like fall off.
You don't need to make a Constitution saving throw, Beacon. It's out of your range.
I'm
Yeah.
actually on the map. I'm not there.
Yeah, technically Beacon
I'm
is
definitely within the
Beacon has
shadow.
gone on the other side of it, so it can't. It's caged in by Beacon right now.
Let me
Beacon
try
on
to
one side
move
and you on the
correctly.
rest of you. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, you guys did really good. So I do not have a battle map for Random Alley.
There we go.
We're just going off the seat of the pants.
Ghost is gone for now.
Mhm.
Oh, you're fine. Like I said, I can take that fucking hit.
Okay,
Yeah,
Zadicus.
it wasn't big damage anyways.
Oh, hold on. You got a bonus action, Sev?
I feel like I did, but no, Expeditious Retreat was the bonus action. This is absolutely not a bonus action. Yeah, it's an action. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, no, that's it.
Okay.
Oh, also, quick question for future.
Mhm.
How much metal is remaining on this thing?
There's enough for
Crazy
like a heat
stuff.
metal. Like it is a being fundamentally constructed of mostly metal. So
Okay.
there's metal. Yeah. For no reason.
For
Zadicus
no reason.
looking real fucked up.
Is
They're
there
just
anybody is there anybody next to it, like within range, or do I need to steady aim for sneak attack?
it is surrounded on all sides by your compatriots.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got it hemmed in right now.
In that case, I don't need to use a bonus action to aim. So I will. How far am I close enough to move in to use the fog taker
For
instead
sure,
of my
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
I
all kind
will
of
drop
you
the bow. It's a bonus action to bring fog taker back.
Mhm.
I will hit him with that.
Yep.
23.
Yep.
Nice.
I've got Hunter's Mark on him finally.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's everything. Hello, roll 20.
This is
Hello.
all gonna deal necrotic in this case
Yes,
because
that is
of yeah.
22. God, so many ones and twos.
Okay. How do you want to do this? What does it look like when you whip the like fog taker's heart out as it like crackles with necrotic energy in time with the hunter's mark?
By the time the bow has hit the ground, as Zadicus just
Mhm.
drops it while running to get into range, the whip cracks out and just plinks. I guess as the shears like snip for the
Mhm.
hunter's mark, it just clips some sort of important piece inside, and the whole thing just shuts down
Yeah, you
onto the
swing
ground.
like directly through the like center, the sort of top center of its head as it cleaves off. Uh it like as it's leaning backwards, in this moment, its hands immediately and reflexively seem to start
Counterspell.
setting off a
Sorry.
spell.
No, absolutely not.
How many
No,
counter
no,
spells you
sir.
got a day?
Has
That's a
just
great
used the
question. I
Yeah, you
only used
should
the
have
dispel
one
magic.
more. Yeah, you have one more.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the two dispel magics and then the one counter spell. Or I might be thinking of that wrong.
I think it. We'll rule it later. Go ahead.
Hold on. 2 charges. Blah, blah, blah.
I think you already used up the charges, but
Yeah. No. I only.
yeah, because it has 2 total, and I think you actually used more than the charges that are in it, but it was real cool, so it was fine. You can either like dispel magic with the 2 charges or counterspell. Either dispel magic
Okay.
once or counterspell twice. Granted, the dispel magic you used is the sole facilitator of the fact that you caught it. So
Someone else, please, if you have counterspell, please counterspell it.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Yeah, we have one spellcaster in the party.
Yeah. As it crumples down to its knees, and its hands seem to go off in almost like an automatic repetition of something, a spell goes off. Everybody roll a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have a lot of bonuses because you're either near ducks or the only person who's far enough away from ducks to not be benefited is probably Zadicus.
I had to move up to be within
Right.
15
Okay.
for the
But it does look like Beacon is too far.
I mean,
It's a 10-foot
yeah,
reach.
it's true. Beacon uses reach, so Beacon probably is just out of range.
Yeah, me and Ducks are standing so that no matter where this thing moves, one of us gets an opportunity attack.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh God.
Goodbye, Sev. I don't think the bonuses help, right?
I mean,
I get you to a 9, and then I don't know if you're like blessed or.
You are blessed.
I am blessed.
And I've got
So
an
what's
inspiration
that?
for you if you just want to re-roll it.
Would you let me?
Yeah.
Is that a thing you want me to do?
it feels like a good use of it. far
Yeah,
as it
it
goes.
seems like it's... There we go.
Ah. Okay. So, yeah,
Madam, you're my
between
best
Dux's
friend.
benefit, what did Beacon get? I need to verify.
A con save? Oh, I didn't roll.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Roll me a con save.
Do.
Okay. Everybody takes 21 necrotic damage as a couple things happen all at once. Its hands go off, and as it rolls backwards, this huge pulse of light at like torso level rips out. Zedekis, from where you stand behind, it is a very weird effect because you see it surge through and almost seems to take with it, like for a brief moment, take with it a piece of each of the three people in front. Though you see it kind of like glom back in. Then it hits you with that same sort of rippling wave. Everybody give me another Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Do I see this thing? Whatever just happened, do I see it have an effect on the body?
Yeah, I'll describe that in a second.
Okay.
Because something is happening with that.
Well, the reason I ask is because I've got Dispel Magic, and if I see anything going on and I've got the opportunity, I'll try and stop it.
Yeah, so
Dispel Magic's an action, though, right?
yeah, in
Yes.
this case, I would. You are technically up next, so I don't think I would allow anybody but you to potentially get something here. So yeah, I'll describe to you. Essentially, in the moment it is exploding, you see like the wave goes out and then smashes back into it, and as it does, three distinct forms sort of rip themselves free. One of them pauses for a moment, looks up, and then very quickly starts to dissipate. Another one starts to like almost look like it is flying in like a direction, and another one is standing in place staring at the group of you. That's what you got, Constance. All that's happening really, really fast, but it would flip over to your turn.
Yeah, now I doubt. I mean,
Is there a second stage? Well, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, one has already dissipated. One is staring at you.
One's
one
staring at me.
At the speed it's
bolted.
moving, yeah, one has made it like 20 feet down the alley from where you are. Like it is moving incredible, like at close to the not the speed of light, but at the speed of like a spirit getting fired off by that detonation.
All right, at the one in front of me, telepathically, I'll say, "How can we help you get what you want?" And I will cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay. The one in front of you, in a very mechanical voice, you see its head swivels around to the one that is running. Interestingly, Zedekis, your hunter's mark is on the one that is down the alley and disappearing, but it is still active.
Okay.
Which we'll get to in a second. But yeah, the hunter's mark has apparently followed that one. As if like it didn't die or something. Or this particular hunter's mark is just weird. It's hard to tell. You can just feel that it's still going. Constance, It looks at you, and the surface level thoughts it has are like it doesn't even necessarily have proper like language to try to describe, but it does say new, young, confused. I want to go now. I want to go now. And then its head cranes to look at the spirit. Back to workshop. Back to workshop. It is going. Angry. Mistake. I go now. I go now? It's like asking you.
In a bit. Tell me about the others. And I'm going to try and push further into its thoughts.
I don't think. Let's see. I think it will reflect. Yeah, not going to matter. It. You can feel it try to resist, like it. It actually conspicuously, as if it is used to keeping things out of its thoughts. And you almost bounce off of it for a second before you pry your way in, and you get the images this thing had before. It was standing in the study with Valston, and it spent a lot of time. There's a lot of logs of it just watching, and then it felt something that like came upon it or came into it, and then everything became very chaotic, and you could feel the presence of two other things trapped in the shell with you, and you can feel that it awoke. It either like it awoke as far as it knows in that moment and was a new thing experiencing these other two entities. One of which was very mad, and it seems to have an understanding that the one that was very mad was not like it or the other one, although it doesn't really understand what that means. And you get images of a like basement in a workshop, or it looks like a workshop, but it looks like a workshop, but it is really more of just like a closet with a bunch of runes scribbled all over the floor that don't make a lot of sense to you. And there is like a notebook in the corner, and you remember writing in the notebook a lot, but occasionally you would write, occasionally one of the other voices would write, and occasionally one of the other voices would write. And you also remember
how much time has passed since this thing died?
All this is happening since it died just now.
Yeah.
Yeah, all this is happening at like the speed of machine thought. So not any time at all. Like it's transmitting this all to all of you in a flash. Detect thoughts is still going. And yeah, it ends with saying like that its understanding is it was leaking, it was hungry, bits of it were coming out and it needed to put the pieces back in. That's what the other two said. And it's tired and it wants to go.
Would you like to stop the other two?
It like just shakes its head. Tired, want to go. It cocks its head and says, one left, other left. Angry, other gone. Good, gone.
All right, yeah, that'll be my turn.
Yeah. We will like exit combat. Zadicus, your mark is still going.
It only lasts for a minute, don't forget, instead of the normal hour.
Yeah. So you've got a second here where you can still feel it going, and
I
you
will
can.
do my best to sort of follow it as far as I can. I know I still have to basically track it, which I'm not really good at.
Yeah. Give me survival with advantage or perception with advantage.
Perception is marginally better. Okay, Hunter's Mark.
Okay. You can tell very much of the direction it's going is the like sort of dilapidated warehouse district that's maybe about 20-ish minutes away. It's moving very, very fast in that direction. And I think with a 20 in perception, you know it'll make it there probably pretty quickly.
Well, we have an idea where it's headed. If we can, we might not be able to cut it off, but we can at least catch it afterwards.
Constance, give me a history check. uh it gave you a shit ton of information all at once, and you're taking a second to rack your brain to try to piece together something useful, because the fucking basement isn't useful, and a lot of the information it gave you isn't super useful. But you do, with what with the little bit that Zedekiss said, you get an image, a very clear image of a very specific warehouse. It looks like an old shipping warehouse. You're pretty sure you would know it by sight, at the very least. Maybe a bit more if you got closer. But you have that image held in your head right now.
Zedekiss, if you know the general direction, I believe I have seen the specific warehouse that we'll be looking for.
Sounds like we have a plan. We should, I suspect, tell someone where we're going, just in case, but...
Yes, and I will need a moment or two. As Constance, who is bleeding profusely,
Okie dokie. Yeah, I think you all go to it's an area that was previously dockside, and then when the docks expanded out, it kind of got left behind. And weirdly, this is pretty similar, at least in if not direct location, but in practice, to where this thing was found before. The difference being that this one that you eventually find has a kind of smuggling hideout below it. And you make it to this building and descend down the stairs. And the first thing you notice are 3 inert constructs along one of the wall. They are newer, kind of newer top of the line sphere tech, it looks like.
I would say we're in the right place.
And we all followed them, right?
Yeah. I'm presuming you're all on the scene.
Sorry, what did we do with that body?
Good question. Do you just drag it with you?
Yeah,
Easy enough.
no, I'm not leaving that alone.
Yeah, that does not seem like something to just leave on a street.
Yeah.
I think we should just smash these things before they get inhabited. I mean,
Yes.
Definitely. But
everybody can roll me an investigation or perception check in here.
Can I happen to roll Arcana? Because I feel like
Yeah.
there's a bunch of magic shit going on, right?
Where you're at right now, you've like just entered in, and the first thing you see is this, like, to your right is some like really old dilapidated like storage stuff. Probably looks like it was an old smuggler hideout. And to your left, you see just 3 constructs along the wall in pristine condition. Zedicus, the middle construct. Oh, okay, yeah, and Zedicus and right, only Zedicus. The middle construct is slightly askew, just a little bit. It's not moving. You can't really detect anything else about it other than that it is not standing as uniformly as the 2 on either side. It is moved just a little bit.
It's the middle.
What is it?
It's the middle.
Well, I suppose we could, if we wanted, just set up a sting here and hope that we're able to catch it. And while I am saying all this, I will activate Fog Taker, and I will,
Yeah.
assuming I hit, use the
Oh,
aspect
for
where I'm just
sure.
wrapping it around.
Yeah, you hit and catch like it around and drag it to its knees, and in this moment it starts to move and like writhe as it's like it clearly isn't able to move super well yet, but it is trying to like get to its feet and is like slamming into one side of the wall, slamming into the other. He's like at one point like punches a hole in the wall behind it and tries to climb up onto the ceiling while you're like holding it like with like a lasso around its neck.
I mean, Dux is just gonna take his halberd and start hacking.
Absolutely. Anybody who wants to just start slashing the shit out of it, by all means.
I mean, that's all well and good. I'm getting rid of the other possible vessels.
Fair enough, yeah. Just execute the ones on either side.
Yeah, hack the other ones. This one's still inhabited. Sev is just gonna like chuck some discs that attach to the hull of this thing. All right,
Yeah.
fucker, you can start talking, or that you're gonna burn alive and I'll slag you.
Okay, so in order, Beacon, you smoothly just cleave through the heads of the one to the left and right of where it was. So that problem handled. Dux, you're swinging at it, right?
I'm just gonna like take its legs off.
Yeah, roll me the damage because I think you're going to be able to hit it fine. Zedicus, it isn't really able to move super well, and Zedicus kind of has it fucking like wrangled at the moment. You cleave through the legs.
A question.
Uh-huh.
Which is, have at any point I heard it speak?
No.
Okay. Important. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you cleave through its fucking legs. It is like the light, that white light is starting to slowly flicker on and grow brighter and brighter as if like the combat is like, I don't know, activating it or something. Constance, what are you doing?
Bleeding.
You're what?
I'm bleeding.
Oh well, yeah, you're bleeding. Do you need anything else?
No, I'm just.
I guess
bleeding.
in this case, you're not bleeding. You just feel really shook.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went right through you. Yeah, it is not stopping. It's like mad. Like now, its central chest plate is starting to slowly turn into slag. It's not talking, Sev.
Wait, hold on. She has like a little like number pad on her wrist that she's about to push, and then she looks around and is like, "Wait, if we completely destroy this thing, it'll jump to something else. We have it kind of cornered here."
I open my lantern.
Interesting.
I
Okay.
like where this is going.
Interesting. Okay, what kind of role do you think?
I don't know.
Huh. Give me a first an Arcana check.
You can't be asking that of me.
Hey.
That's fine.
Can I assist? Can
Uh,
I assist on that?
Assist how?
To be fair, you don't know shit about this except what I've been able to tell you.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Oh,
What I'm
hold
gonna
on.
need-
Has it been more than 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Wait, do I see Beacon doing something other than murdering things?
Yeah, Beacon just opened a hatch on the lantern.
Okay. I hope you know what you're doing, Beacon.
Okay, roll. Okay. Okay, Beacon. This is new. Sort of a spur of the moment decision you both have made, which is really exciting. Give me a wisdom saving throw or an intelligence saving throw, whichever you like more. I can tell you I'm rolling right now.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
You think you're crazy? You're crazy?
Okay.
Get in this box with me.
Yeah, so the rest of you watch as like the lantern opens up just a slot. The echo presumably is the echo out at this point?
I didn't say, but they were definitely here, like slagging the two inanimate bodies. That was like a synchronized action that we took.
Yeah, so like the lantern shines on it for a moment and you all see the echo beacon reach into like where the head is, wrench back, and you see the like shape of something. Echo, not right now. You see it wrench back, and seems to like carry a shape with it. It looks back at you, Duan, for like confirmation.
We are in agreement, but for different reasons.
Yeah, all of you see it like grow smaller and smaller as it drags this fucking thing into the lantern, and you see the thing like can't hear it. It's completely soundless, but you see it like scrabbling at like Beacon's arm as Beacon just methodically shoves it inside of the lantern. It gets in there, Beacon, and the real check is that there is a moment where it seems like synchronicity might be established, and then Beacon just fucking eats it. Like just like there's a contesting of wills for a moment, right? Like it is like testing its bounds against Beacon, and in it relative to it is like an ant looking up at an elephant all of a sudden who is like, you do not understand the years, child. And they like there's not even, it's like a microsecond later, Beacon just fucking rips it apart and subsumes it, whatever that means. All of you see the like lantern flare a little bit and then just goes dark.
So what the fuck was that?
Both the echo and the body begin speaking at once, but they are not speaking in sync. It is frantic and energetic in a way that is unfamiliar to the two of them. The body is in like fearful panic, while the spirit is like frat boy enthusiastic. Oh, it takes a minute for things to settle before they can be coherent. Um,
Oh my god.
there is still clearly a disconnect. Uh, um, uh, they are fairly unable to communicate with you what has just happened.
In reflecting Beacon, somehow this thing of note was close, conspicuously close, in that it was something closer to a machine spirit, which is
Mhm.
what allowed you to do this. It's
Mhm.
not like a whatever it wasn't a normal spirit. And I guess it's some part of you intuitively understood and just fucking
Ah,
just yoinked the damn thing.
God, they're so fucked up. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can. I'll figure out what that means later.
Yeah.
Also, in this hideout, now that everything is subsided, these two things are fucking smashed. Beacon's in the afterglow, I guess, of whatever the fuck that was. There are some stairs leading up to a room that is dim, but you could see it's like glowing a little bit with what are just probably just lanterns. Go up to investigate. As a
Oh, hell
group.
yeah.
Okay. So this is the closet that looks familiar to you, Constance. This is where clearly some kind of magic was happening. Beacon, give me an Arcana check with advantage and then like advantage.
Three rolls, is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
essentially. Yeah.
That is very generous of you.
This one particularly, I wasn't going to till you ate a soul, and now I gotta figure out what that means.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, look, you didn't need him. You didn't need him.
It's fine. It's all good. Thank you.
So you don't know shit about magic, but problem, this rune, like this big intricate circle that this thing has carved, everybody else can roll Arcana or Investigation on this room as well in a moment. It is a very clear bastardization without fully understanding what the ritual is like for binding. It has elements that are correct, but there are elements that are just very wrong. Like wrong in a way that it's hard to tell if this is intentionally wrong or if this is like if it is the art of this thing that to be in like, or if it is incorrectly wrong, right? Like if this comes from a place of ignorance or malice, but
there is absolutely zero hesitation nor explanation. We begin to destroy.
Okay. Anybody? I assume Sev. Would you be doing like yeah? Yeah. It's necromancy shit. It's necromancy and conjuration shit. The basic shape of it, as far as you can tell, is like necromancy, and then Beacon drives a fucking glaive through the center of it, like crosswise.
Whoa! Wait, hold on. You sure that that's enough to like dispel this? I mean,
dispel perhaps not, but uncopyable.
We could rig it to blow.
I need to see it gone.
You'll see it gone. You'll see a lot of things gone. Come on.
Everybody can roll me, or I should say Zedicus, and Zedicus, you can roll me an investigation check, and you as well, Dux. If you'd
also
like.
Trained in Arcana, if that matters. I'll roll that anyway.
Zedicus, don't know why the fuck you just know stuff. Dux. Sweet summer child.
Jesus, Tyler, I am so sorry.
Oh, Dux.
Dux is just
my
like
boy.
moving stuff around
Dux.
with his halberd, kicking an
Dux.
arm every now and then.
Dux.
He's probably more of a hindrance to y'all's investigation.
It's a pretty cramped closet, and Beacon's doing a lot of swinging. You're getting a lot of elbows.
It's
at this point, at this point, Constance is like, she sees Dux like kick an arm, and like 90 seconds later will kick some other arm Right, and then he moves a box, and then Constance will just move a box.
And to be fair, like Zadicus and Beacon have been spending time together, and Zadicus has been trusted with the lantern in the past. So, for as much as Zadicus might not know everything, there's still like grounds for knowledge here.
Yeah, so Zadicus, what I'll give you is very clearly this is some kind of necromantic ritual. There's probably an anecdote for why you know that. You know, you've seen or you've averted something, or some part of your adventures have made you see this before. For a 21, what you'll get is you can see the shape of the thing that is something you're not familiar at all with. That's very conspicuous, right? So you're aware like this is necromancy. This is either like a summoning or like a binding something kind of ritual. But there are bits in there that you're not familiar at all with. You don't know what that would do or why somebody would shove that into the ritual. If that makes sense. Like, you know enough to know there are conspicuously things in there that don't jive with the rest of this, and you have no way of knowing what those are. Not specifically. But with an investigation check, you find a little leather-bound journal that looks like it has been tucked away in kind of a compartment over on this bench seat under like what could be a like work table area. It is covered in like scrawlings and chalk and magical like reagents that don't look quite right, or look like in certain cases like just thrown together. But yeah, you find this little leather-bound journal.
I will surreptitiously tuck that into a pocket. I would like to look it over before it is destroyed, which I am concerned is going to happen to it if I'm just like, hey, there's a book here.
Fair enough. I mean, do you step out for a second while Beacon's in the zone? You got a moment.
Sure.
Beacon's very clearly focused on this task, and it will take them a second to rip up every floorboard in this room meticulously.
Yeah, I'll give it a read.
Yeah, so
quick perusal.
On the one hand, give me a quick investigation check, because the journal is very strange. It is filled with like a bizarre combination of scribbled arcane notations, complete nonsense sentences. Although you could see they're all rendered with like a very artificial precision in the way of like you've seen sphere side constructs write. Your first glance gives you nothing as you kind of just flip through it. And then with a 16, you just barely manage to pick up a through line, which is that you realize that there are words scattered throughout it. Words that are written in a like as if a person and not a construct wrote them. Hidden almost like it like a they seem to be not contiguous, but together they read out a message as you scroll through and like briefly like, you know, chalk them down one after another after another. And I will link to you all what the like scrawl of words says. A note hidden inside incredibly precise gibberish.
And just to be clear, the rest of the journal does not look like it details
No.
how to do whatever was done here.
No.
It's just kind of construct scrawlings.
Yeah, with the level you got, you don't see. You theorize that maybe there is, in a similar code to this text you have found, arcane notation that describes whatever it is this thing was trying to do, but you can't find it. Right? Like, you suspect maybe it's there, but it's not obvious, and if it is there, it's hidden in the same way this like set of scrawled words is. you would know enough to know there's probably other stuff to learn in here. This is just what you've been able to catch with your initial, like the little from one side to the other. And again, this is like throughout the entire journal, just one word and then like precise notation lines of gibberish for pages and then another word in quote unquote human or like humanoid hand.
All right. How certain are we that this is done? Is there something else we need to be looking for?
Beacon, you're pretty sure.
Pretty sure that it's gone.
Oh yeah.
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 I mean, the next thought would just be something made this, and something knew how to make this. If there be a record of it, it must be destroyed.
I found this. I don't think it details.
Let us see it.
There is another message inside, which is very strange, and I'll just hand the book over.
Yeah, have you like underlined the words?
Yeah, I'll point them out.
Yeah.
I doubt I've taken the time to mark it or anything, but
Mhm.
that's the part I caught. But it was just a quick flip.
Is there sense to the nonsense other markings here?
As far as the like arcane portion of this, not on an initial sweep. You can roll me an investigation check with a more like discerning eye.
I think, I mean, we are not intelligent enough for what I would assume to be like arcanic investigation. I'm looking to see if there's notations
Yeah,
that
you're
like
looking for like symbols, right?
cultural reference, like touch
Yeah.
points or weird meta language of
Yeah.
some kind.
I'll say like you're looking for things that would conspicuously stand out as something they shouldn't know, right? Like either a
Yeah.
picture or notation or like
What
yeah.
the fuck?
Okay, let me sit up. Okay. So, first things first, you uh you are looking for very specifically for what would be, for lack of a better word, like cultural touchstones for yourself.
Correct.
And you certainly don't find any. Uh, the implication to you feels like this thing didn't properly know what it was fucking with, because most of what you see are very clearly like recreation attempts of something else, which are the things that are close to the ritual, right? The thing it did in there, as far as your understanding with this nat 20, is that like it is recreating something that it saw. Um, without really a true understanding of what that means. Further, because you rolled a nat 20, specifically in investigating this thing, you get a name of the person. The name of the thing that identifies itself as like an individual, as a person.
The thing that has made these notes, or the thing that is the subject of the notes, or is that one in the same?
One in the same. The thing
Okay.
the thing that wrote in person hand and not in mechanical like script.
Mm-hmm.
That is the name you get. You find that almost like by accident. It's just into looking at this, you begin to see the kind of perverse logic in the the collaboration or lack thereof of these three minds trying to coexist. And the other two minds, you notice the gibberish isn't as gibberish as it seems. It's just not particularly helpful. But there is a sort of weird, again, kind of to you, perverse logic to
It's
this
a
thing.
it's a bullet journal.
Yeah, essentially. And you can tell, in fact, that the two sets of those names are actually the other two parties naming the thing, or rather the person. I guess the person. In this case, you guys know enough to know it's the two constructs naming the person. If that makes sense.
Two constructs naming the person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's the, again, nat 20.
Mm-hmm.
The feeling you get is that the two constructs are talking. It is not entirely gibberish. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But you get something out of it, which is they have named whatever the person, the one that is not like them, is. The angry one. The thing that you know that you ate.
Okay.
Yeah. That sort of resounds, resonates with you, with both of you. And yeah, nice job. Fuck. I literally have it written down, nat 20, and they get blank. And you roll a fucking nat 20. Okay.
Okay, I
Sure.
just want to make sure I understand. So the two constructs, the two mechanical souls that are more mechanical than I know, or than me,
Yes.
they have named the third entity, which is still all. So far, we are speaking still in only 3 spirit forms, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
There's only 3.
the one body is not connected to the 3 until they are together, right?
Correct. As in, the one body was you don't have any sense for the order in which things happened, whether it was truly intelligent and then they appeared, or they appeared and then true intelligence occurred. But one is more possessive of the body. That is the last one, the one that Constant spoke with, although you don't know that in character. And they have identified the thing that came, the thing that is not like them. The person, or the previously the meat form that is distinctly not by the time it met the second.
Okay, I think I'm getting lost. I think I'm getting confused by naming them by numbers.
Fair
1
enough.
and 2 mechanical souls, yeah?
Yeah, so if we go
Okay.
with 1 and 2, 1 and 2 are
Okay.
both mechanical.
Okay.
Mhm.
Number 3
Yeah.
is now gone, right?
Yeah, that's the one that you snatch, and that's the one
And
that was named Otis Agalius.
okay. I'm with you now. And
Yeah.
that one was presumably a humanoid?
Presumably, yeah. That's the one who, at least the text, their handwriting is more like a humanoid
Okay.
than the mathematical precision of the two constructs.
Okay.
Correct.
I think I understand this now.
Yeah.
Order of events being jumbled, 2 mechanical entities tried to incorrectly fuse with a meat source. It went so fucking bad, and they needed a new body, or they needed a feed.
Slightly different.
Okay.
The order of operations that you would guess, again, continuing with the nat 20, is that the constructs were not necessarily willing participants in this. They have very clear animosity towards the third, which did something and then appeared in the second, or rather in the first, and did something, and then the two of them appeared in the second. That is the understanding you have.
Okay.
That
Okay,
it is
thank
the
you.
instigator. Otis Agalius, whoever that was, is the instigator.
Thank you.
And the thing that it used is whatever that ritual was, some bastardization of your ritual.
Uh-huh. Okay, perfect.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's fine. I mean, this was complicated when we were writing it for a two-person. So, uh, um, okay. Beacon curtly describes some humanoid attempted a sacred bond between themselves and two unwilling participants, an unholy alliance. Impossible to be done. And could never succeed in any form of harmony. The two parts that did not wish to be bound, unmade their conjurer. And we have finished the job. It should not be that any construct should again take the name of the Grim Servant.
There are 1,000 questions, but I think it's best that when we report our success, we simply leave that part out. We found something here, we destroyed it. All records were lost.
And it cannot be made again. They may yet fear that in 4 years' time, the Grim Servant may resurface.
And in 4 years, when it doesn't, they can sleep easy again.
Well, I mean, what of the one that was named? The one that attempted it in the first place?
It does not exist anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, but I'm sure they had some sort of like habitation. Like, this workshop might not be their only sort of place. This might have just been where they started inserting themselves into constructs unwillingly and trying to make a bastard version of your bond. They may have other works elsewhere that might need to be recovered or destroyed.
Yes.
We can look into some records or anything, but as far as anyone else need be concerned, it's done, it's over, it cannot be done again. The less people that know this, the better.
Well, I mean, not to be a narc or anything, but like, we're gonna tell the private eyes at least who is responsible for it, right? So, you know, if there are any extra things, any more, you know, things to destroy, we have the resources to pull connections and stuff. Because I'm sure it's hell not going to go through the bureaucracy, but, you know, as you said, Beacon, this shit's kind of dangerous and shouldn't be done, period.
If they have any means of finding any more belongings, possessions, or estate of Otis Agalius, then we will use their resources and obliterate them.
Sounds like a plan.
And I think that is a good spot to end session. This got wild.
Yeah, sure did.
How do I banish Craig now?